Hello! Welcome! Welcome back to the office hours. My name is Paul, Bazooka01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the Astropub. Your space bar at the end of the universe. I still need a haircut. I was going to get one on Monday and I forgot. Or on Tuesday and I forgot, but I'm going to get one on Monday now. So, how y'all doing? I was right about what? I mean, I'm always right. Oh, the whole BEEE? Yeah. The whole BEEE. You will never get long-haired Paul, because long-haired Paul, my hair doesn't grow out. It doesn't grow long, it grows out. I just get this massive fro going on. And it's not a good fro.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
No, wait. Yeah. I have read parts of it. Wavy.
Muktan_on_Linux just resubscribed for 27 months. Hull BEEAMS.
Hull beams! Thank you for that 27 months of support. You're very important, Pepper. Very impressive, best friend. This is the front of the drink, and I trust. Cheers and try y'all.
Thorn123400 just had a space baby.
Thank you so much, Thorn, for that 9 months of support. 9 months ago, you made the worst mistake you'd ever do. You subscribed to a Twitch streamer. What shall we name our space baby before I discard it, because I am a bad Twitch father? Thank you for that. Thank God the stream has started. I did read it, Alex. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just skimming through it again to see if I could find anything. There's the economy. Drake's command module. Okay, I mean, I talked about it for a while. Argus for the name. Good name. Toward the mission system, the team fixed various issues, causing rewards not correctly attributed to progress for event trackers. Progress began implementing Mission V2 functionality into StarConnect, including the ability to dynamically create missions, locations without designer intervention, greatly improving the speed of development. Is that it? Because I mean, like, yeah, that is how it's supposed to. Oh, super heavy armor. Is that under ships? Characters? Animation, I'm not seeing it. Where is it there, Alex? Because I'm not seeing that. Hey, Weepy, how you doing? Tech art. Let's see if I can find that. I see art characters and art ships. I don't see tech art. Mission design, narrative, online technologies. Oh, tech art. There it is. Oh, yeah. On armor and weapons, the super heavy combat armor animation is set as being brought from the Squadron 42 across to the persistent universe player character, and binocular ADS and zoom state transitions were finalized. That is a hell of a Hail Mary if they actually release it. I mean, the easy answer is to release it in May, but if it's just now getting brought over from Tech Art in March, that's a month before it gets, a month and a half before it gets released. That's a pretty fast turnaround. I don't know if it'll come out in May. Oh, it's definitely the Titan suit. No, like, that's 100% the Titan suit. They just don't call it Titan suits anymore. I think they got that dog in them. Hey, I was doubtful of them being able to pull off the Raylan, and they just told me in a monthly report, "Fuck you, Paul." You specifically, Paul. Well, it didn't change the name. I know for a fact that it's still the same fucking name. Because I asked Sean Tracy straight up at Quantum Vegas, I'm like, is it the same name? And he looked at me like, what name? And I'm like, the Zeus system? And he went, yeah. I was like, fuck. I even looked at him, I'm like, dude. And he's like, I know. I'm like, come on, man. Fucking names. You can do this better, CIG. I have a feeling it's Chris. Like, at the end of the day, it's Chris, and it's like, you can hold Chris to the fire for this. It's just shit on him artistically for it. They'll call it the super heavy armor fall or something like that. Super heavy fall as an homage. But yeah, they should do that. I personally believe they should give DJ and the Arena Commando team just like all the support they need to just do a bunch of fun modes. Hey, General Rendar. My favorite night of the week. I'm glad and also kind of weirded out that this is your favorite night. It's a lot of pressure to put on me. Well, they're called super heavies.
The whole sea is our premium.
Let's watch the joke. This came out on April 1st. It is an April 1st joke.
Heavy freighter. It's designed for those players who are really into cargo and they want to just sort of carry massive amounts of freight, that big risk-reward, profit margin gameplay that you get with cargo.
It's just like Jack Burton says, it's all in the reflexes.
Sure, that has nothing to do with this. The Hull A is then the bottom of the whole series, designed for carrying still a large amount of cargo for its actual overall size, but it doesn't quite have the capacity to take the biggest containers, so you're introducing yourself to hauling missions. If you're familiar with the alphabet, you have the A, the C, and that leads us nicely to the Hull B.
So one of the main issues with the original Hull B concept was it had the cargo kind of in this kind of cross-shaped layout, which stopped it from landing, and that was kind of one of the key features that we wanted to push with the Hull B.
So we went back to the drawing board, looked at all different configurations, and ultimately we settled on a sort of diagonal grid arrangement. So we're pleased to announce the Hull B.
Unironically, I do think that this is actually the Hull B. This one is. Like, I think this is the actual exterior of the whole B. But it's at this point where it stops becoming the whole B.
So when we were designing the whole B, like most other ships, we looked to the real world for inspiration, and I think the actual B itself was a pretty compelling argument. They can carry a huge amount of cargo on their backs.
What we decided to do is really extend the cargo grids out. They make them super accessible for the players. Not overly complicated at all with the whole cargo grid rotating.
They did the same thing with the 400. The 404 was literally just an invisible 400. Like they like you could see, people were able to like by like following the movements of the players inside the ship and like seeing where the walls were and see where they were sitting. It was like, oh yeah, this is what it looks like, and it was effectively Sage just turned off the ship. So like I think they just added these little funky things and they made the grid flap.
My favorite thing about the whole B is its little antennas. Don't know what they do, they're just cool things. The wings work surprisingly well with physics, and they actually give a little bit of uplift as well, just from the sheer forces involved from moving them around. Unfortunately, it does come at a little bit of cost over the network, so hopefully people won't bring too many of these together in the same area.
We were so excited by the success that we felt we had with the whole B that we decided to really challenge the team and kind of see what else they could come up with using the whole series.
So the next one we looked at was the whole G, which stands for whole ground. We went back and revisited an old unused caterpillar concept as the basis. The biggest problem with cargo today is just how quickly you can get from A to B. We really wanted to slow that process down and let players savour every moment of it.
One thing we kind of slightly overlooked with the concept is we just kind of forgot to include the cargo grids. So, you know, if you do need to move cargo, you can just tow it behind.
And that's what's important. Player agency.
Why does it have guns on it?
Let's just move on.
A lot of our ships in Star Citizen, they're kind of a little bit underweight.
So I've been with the company now for just over 11 years, and my mission this entire has to expand.
We went to design and we said to him, we want some bomb racks and some missile racks, and we said, how many do you want? And the answer was just yes.
It expands its arsenal by deploying even more bombs, missiles, torpedoes from the spindles itself. At the expense of cargo, because who needs cargo when you've got all these guns?
So how do you power all this?
Well, it turns out all that talk about engineering and careful power management, we can just do whatever we want, so it's fine. And the biggest weapon of all is the file size for the actual weapons in the Dataforge binaries. If you try and data mine them, it's just going to crash and show you Jared's face.
Just play the game, nerds.
Next up is the Hull O, which stands for 404, and is a collaboration with Origin on their 404 project. You can't see it, because it's invisible. The whole P, which is simply an excuse to bring back Port Olisar.
You're right. The whole O it may actually be the whole B to keep that joke going.
Next up, we want to see if we can make a ship with no designer at all. And this brings us to the whole X.
More of these have we got?
Just like 2. Is the joke tired yet?
I think a few ago. And you should know I've not actually seen any of these beforehand. So this is the Hull WTF.
See, it uses Xi'an technology.
MISC do collaborate with Xi'an.
Yeah, so it like transforms, see?
It's a nice Reliant throwback in there as well.
And see, and this is why you needed to transform.
Yeah. Emergent gameplay.
For this highly probable situation.
Okay, I think that's it. I think the joke is well and truly over now, Jared. I'm done.
We still have one more. See, it's Z.
Zed.
Zed? Z.
Zed.
No, Z for zombies. Not Zedbees. Zombies.
No, we're not doing this. This is quite possibly the dumbest thing Jared's asked me to do so far. No, we're not doing this.
I don't know what the fuck he's saying.
Quite possibly the dumbest thing Jared's asked me to do so far. Yeah, whole B coming next week. Cheers.
Hey, you marketing artists, stop being silly and finish the game.
Ah!
I can't believe this fake episode is longer than a real one.
So, come back and meet the real Hull B next week. Sorry for wasting your time.
That was just the ship teams having fun. Or the,
Not really.
The video team having fun. All right. Zombie mode confirmed. I don't know if they'll do a zombie mode. We might have them for like Halloween. I think it's worthwhile, but I think any sort of thing you would get with a zombie mode would work better with a creature wave mode. Like a great example of this is compare
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
Ever.
ever take away my space game.
Victura just resubscribed for 67 months. 67 months of shenanigans at the pub. Good times. Glad to see they had fun for April Fools.
Thank you so much. That's 67 months. You're very important, Pepper. Very impressive, Mister. Very impressed, friend. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Oh, I'm not going to do that forever. I'm just going to do it until it becomes dead so I can stop doing it. It's always funny seeing people. Let me look at the comments. Always people are like, ha. I love Ferrister. Whole B, edit. What in the world? Hold on. I've got it. I've got what I'm gonna do. Hold on.
The whole C is our premium heavy.
There we go. I posted under the Astro Historian account. I said it's not canon. How did we get fell for it twice? Tip. I mean, I fell for it the first time. Like, I was like, oh yeah, the whole B is gonna come out soon, because I knew the whole B was gonna come out. And so when they were like, oh yeah, we're doing the whole B, I'm like, oh okay. I forgot what day it was, and the second like the antenna came out, I was like, oh, it's April Fool's. How did he get fooled twice? Oh, he thought there was gonna be. He thought there was gonna be a will be at the end. Nah, it's gonna be answered until next week. Hey, Ash, how are you doing, bud? 20 streams, damn. So, I think CIG, I was just gonna explain, like, they don't need to do a zombies game mode, but they could do something similar to zombies in the universe, but instead of it being zombies, just have it be aliens. So, for those of you who don't know, Saber Interactive did the World War Z game, which is surprisingly fun. But they took the engine that they built for World War Z, and they used it for the basis of Space Marine 2. So Space Marine 2 is built on that engine. And the reason why they chose that engine to do Space Marine 2 was because they were doing, like, massive waves of Tyranids. And they wanted to be able to simulate those massive waves of Tyranids like they would the crushing hordes of zombies. So depending on the type of zombies you want to go for, CIG could easily just do the same thing, but with aliens. So Skull Island or Active Monsters? I mean, like, just spitballing off the top of my head, you could do a sort of similar situation with zombies, but have it be, like, rats. Giant rats. Or lemurs, or whatever. Like, or any ocean creatures. Like, they have the Ranta. They could just make the Ranta just sort of swarms of Rantas. Xenomorphs, Tyranids, Horror, Horde, SC would fit so well. Yeah. They don't need to go down the classic zombies route if they don't want to. They can just go down to, like, waves of unthinking aliens. I mean, we're gonna see the crab, the whip crab. The whip crab will fight. They're probably the best option for that sort of thing, but I think they're less of a zombie mode and more of bugs from Starship Troopers or Helldivers. Yeah, but I would see the Boreal Stalker be more like a solo hunter. Like, it would stalk you in the woods, and you'd have to, like, kill it before it would just, like, take you out. Boreal Sucker would be the horror version of Monster Hunter. Kind of, yeah. I mean, Helldivers 2 Immigrant. I mean, I also play a lot of Helldivers 2, so I played Helldivers 1 too. What did Artemis do this time? Did it explode? That's all people just talking about it. Yeah, Artemis 2 launched yesterday, which is crazy.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Wait, what?
Grexam just resubscribed for 23 months.
Thank you so much, Grace, for that 23 months of support. You're very important, pupper, to TLI.
And then it comes back down and it speeds up, right?
All right. We're watching this. Chat. It's about 30 minutes ago.
Basically.
Burn complete.
For high definition.
For 23,900 miles per hour.
That's good. In altitude from the Earth.
So surprisingly close, given that they've been thousands away at this point, or over 1,000. 15 seconds to go.
I didn't know
Stand
they were
by
doing TLI that
for
quickly.
ignition
10 seconds
of the European
until
Service
translunar
Module
injection burn start.
and TLI.
Started. There it is.
Here we go.
Getting a wobble from the cameras.
Yep. Cameras
likely
on the
meaning
solar
that
panels.
engine fired up.
Integrity, good engine, good control.
There we go. TLI is underway.
At EAC_ super short at $4.99. Think the thrusters on the hull M were an Easter egg.
The Artemis 2 mission.
No, there was the guns
Orion
on
was flying 115
on the
statute
Pulse.
miles above Earth and 247,600 miles away from the moon. We have the start of the translunar injection burn that will send the crew around the moon, the first humans to do so in over 50 years.
Amazing. And this is a 5-minute, 50-second duration burn.
Looks like the signal may be a little bit sketchy during the burn.
Second burn on the orbital maneuvering service engine, part of the European Service Module.
Look at the Earth there. It looks like it's about a frame a second, but
Calls here from Prop in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas.
Integrity, looking good.
The first toilet beyond Earth orbit ever, Jaded. They didn't have toilets on the Apollo missions.
minute and a half-ish into the burn.
No, they scaled them up. Escape is what that was.
And from the sounds of it there, everything looking good.
For those you don't know,
5 minute 50 seconds. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah.
Velocity of the spacecraft ticking up.
A fan speed, so. Yep.
I missed it.
So, little over.
Houston, Flight Director Jeff Radigan, monitoring all of the Orbit 1 teams.
That is Jeff,
NASA
by the way, that was
Administrator
on the
Jared
right
Isaacman
there.
has also joined us in the room to monitor the translunar injection burn. We have less than 20 seconds left of this burn. This is the final major
The
burn.
Capcom, by the way, is that you'll hear confirm it. Hopefully, it's
because
Christina
this
Birch.
also serves as our deorbit burn.
massive moon bears. Yes.
Integrity looks like a good burn. We're confirming.
There we go. So for those of you who don't know, TLI is only happened during the Apollo missions, but basically they're burning enough so that they can get a slingshot to head to the moon. So this is the first human-powered TLI that has happened since 1970s. Someone asked, why didn't we go back to the moon for 50 years? Money. So this is a fun, interesting story. Effectively, once we went to the moon, and Russia threw in the towel, Congress pulled most of its major funding for NASA. So NASA just got absolutely fucking gutted. So they were sitting there, the people who were running the program were used to having the money had before, and now they had like a third of the budget, if that. And they're like, we got to start figuring out what to do. And they had 3 different programs which were all vying for funding. You had the non-manned portion of NASA, which is like the probes, the rovers, those sorts of things. You had, and then you had you had the manned version of NASA, and the manned version of NASA had like really 2 things, which was potentially continuing to the moon or building a space station. And so the plan originally was to go to the moon. They were in the process of designing and building the space shuttle while Apollo was going on, because they wanted to build the space shuttle and then build a giant space station that they could use to build more rockets in space, because it was just easier to do that, where you didn't have to you could send up a space shuttle that would be your reusable craft that would come up, bring up fuel and supplies, return back to Earth, and so on and so forth. But they just got their fucking legs cut out under them because if they lost all this money, and so they had to figure out what to do with all their tools. But they still had enough money to do one thing, so they did the space shuttle. And then using the space shuttle, they decided they're going to build the space station, but it was way too expensive, and they didn't know how to build a space station, so they reached out to the Russians, who'd also gotten their legs cut out from under them, and helped them with building their own space. They worked with Mir, and they did a whole bunch of other things. But the idea was to build the space station, and the space station became this big focus for NASA for, 20 years? 20, 30 years? It was the big focus in the 80s, and they never got it done. And then they started doing it in the early 2000s, late 90s. The International Space Station as a program was started around 95, but it didn't actually go up until 97. The big thing was basically NASA realized they couldn't do it alone. They couldn't just do it on their own because it was too expensive for them to do it, and they didn't have the political will or the ability to continue the way they were. So instead, it was just easier to work with all the other space agencies on the planet, especially the younger ones that were just learning how to do what they need to do. So they pulled their resources to get stuff done.
You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Wild_Lee_Coyote just resubscribed for 3 months. Apollo had little bags, they had a sticky ring that went on your bum, and you had to pinching hand off any dingleberries with your fingers, then seal the bag.
Yep, and one sausage, one log got free on Apollo 11. Might have been Apollo 10. There's recordings of them finding out that it was a dookie that had gotten out of the bag and was floating in the command module. And they were like, what's mine? Hey, it's not mine. So Skylab. Well, Skylab was part of we got fucked and we got punched in the dick and didn't know what we were going to do situation. because they wanted to build a space station, because that was always von Braun and the NASA folks' general idea was that if they build a space station, they could use that space station to leapfrog out. So it was part of what they termed was like the Apollo technology program or something like that. Because all that Skylab is a second stage of the Saturn V that they cleaned out and then put a bunch of shit in. Because they could launch a second stage into orbit pretty easy. Second stage was in orbit or whatever. So it's basically just a giant rocket tube that they rip the fuel out and replace it with amenities. That's not really a space station. Or was it a third stage? It was one of the upper stages. Sorry, math was on. It was 733 billion. Yeah, it was like at one point it was like 10% of the entire US GDP was the Apollo program. It was 5.5 billion in 1965. That's 70 billion equivalent. Oh, okay. Yeah, Skylar was recycled parts. But they wanted to build a bespoke space station, but didn't know how to. Effectively, it's politics and budget. As anybody who has ever experienced science knows, is that when you have a limited budget, you're going to have to use that budget in a very specific way. And in order to use that very specific way, you're gonna have to argue with other scientists that your project is more important than their project. Because there's not enough money for all of the scientists that want to have the money. And that's effectively what happened. Also, I love this in the background. I didn't notice that. They have a fucking Artemis plushie in the background from Sailor Moon. That is fucking great. Yeah. What about C-Lab? C-Lab was also actually a real thing. And it was created by Apollo astronauts, if I remember. I think it was a NASA program. If not, if it was another program that's similar. Same idea, though. We're on track sources and lore for now. Now we need CIG making real spaceships in the 2070s. Well, no, because the program is called Artemis. It's called the Artemis program. And that cat from Sailor Moon is literally named Artemis. And of course, it's Sailor Moon. So, I'll be right back. A bunch of us nerds here, yeah. But the conclusion is, like I said, politics and money. And we spent all our money on the space station. First it was the shuttle, then it was the space station. And now finally the space station's basically done. And so we were like, all right, what are we going to do next? And it was like, let's just finally go back to the fucking moon. Build a space station. Like the goal is to build like a Antarctica style research station on the moon.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Two words. Distress bacon.
Weapons free, y'all. That's...
Stand by for Titanfall.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Good news, everyone! Genesis?
Hello, I like money.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Genesis? 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 Autoloader! Autoloader!
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
drugs.
I'm fly. I'm pilot. Stand by for Titanfall.
All right, I'm back. All right. So I just learned you poor bastards in Western Australia are currently living in the Nether. It is currently red in Australia, in Western Australia, and I do not mean like red alert. I don't mean like some sort of weird ancient tradition alive with the indigenous peoples in Western Australia. I mean it's just red. All right. Once again, I'm asking CIG to just take random shit from Australia and put it into the Star Citizen. It'll look alien. Well, like, famously, Western Australia has really, really red sands. I think it has to do with, like, the shit tons of ore, iron ore that's there. And there's apparently a tropical monsoon off the coast, and that's just kicked up all the sand into the atmosphere, so it's just red. My green screen is always funky. How is it being funky? Oh, is it maybe a little bit too aggressive right now? It's probably better. Vetting out at the edges. Should be better now. Yep, everything is red is because of the iron ore. Yeah.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Shinobi Trip _ just resubscribed for 38 months. 07 good day all. We have had those dust storms blow all the way to the east coast in the past. Sydney was orange.
Thanks for 38 months of support. You're very important public, very impressive, very pedestrian. You rock, just cheers and chat, just and cheers. Yeah, no, I've having moved to Austin, it doesn't happen too often. But I know some of you other folks who've also lived in Texas can remember the Sahara storms. Once a year, we get sand from the Sahara that gets blown into Texas through the Gulf Stream. And it blocks out the sun. It doesn't block out the sun, but it turns the sun into, like, it's as if you're living in what Hollywood thinks is Mexico. It's got the, like, Mexico filter over everything. Hold on. I've got the perfect sound for all of you Australians. This is, in fact, what I want to hear in Star Citizen. You don't see it, you hear it before it shows up. I like how a lot of you are just like, nope, 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 I know what that is. I fucking know what that is. That is, in fact, the call of a cassowary. And a cassowary is effectively a giant killer bird that is extremely territorial. How it was it's described to me is that the cassowary is extremely territorial, and the same way that Americans are extremely territorial, and that when they show up to your home, they're mad at you for being in their territory, even if they've never been there before, because your home is now their territory. And they will kill you for it. You can tell the fucking Australians who are in the chat, because they're like, absolutely fucking not. Being inside a vehicle is no guarantee of safety. No, they will punch and kick their way through metal to get you. Like, CIG doesn't even have to change anything. Just put the cassowary in the game. Just model a cassowary and put it in the game. It would be really fucking funny, because absolutely every Australian in the community would immediately be able to tell from the second they heard the they'd be like, nope, I'm getting in the ship. I'm flying away. We're gonna take the biggest bomb we have and drop it on this bitch, because I ain't fucking being here no more. Ironically, I think a cassowary would make a great seeding animal for most terraformed worlds, and I think CIG should do. They've done that a little bit. What is it? There's a specific animal. Where's the tortoise? There's the box tortoise. There's like one other animal that's like actually an Earth animal that they just copied and is technically in the game. Which is now abandoned. I just think they'd be good because in a universe like Star Citizen that has insanely adaptable and also insanely dangerous creatures like the the Stalker, the Boreal Stalker, and the Copian, because the Copian originates from an insanely remote location in the verse. So for those of you who don't know, this weekend I am going to update and re-record all of episodes 1 through I think 5, the latest episode of the complete history of Star Citizen universe. And my editor Uri is going to re-edit them all together so it's one long story. And I'm going to add in the things that CIG added when since I left, including a new mining company that's existed that's sort of abandoned, and the fact that the first creature to exist that we know of that was native born was in fact the Copian. The Copian is as far as right now, as far as we know, the oldest creature we've encountered that was non-human or non-Earth in origin. It was like the third fucking system we discovered too. It's a Null. They're from Null. No, actually, Terra is natural. It has its own environment and ecosystem. We stole Terran animals and used them as seeding animals. Are Australians and large flightless birds sworn enemies? I mean, kind of. But in a universe where you have things like Copians and Boreal Stalkers and Maroks and Kazi Grazers, then Cassowary fits in with that survival element because it's strong enough and territorial enough to fight away other creatures. So it's not going to get bodied by the bigger creatures. But it's also, like, at least manageable by humans. We should get probably my guess would be a gray box of Terra Prime, the main landing location, at the very least. And see, that's the thing. In a seeding group that includes Copians, Boreal Stalkers, Maroks, and Kazi Grazers, you put a Cassowary in there. Cassowaries would be able to cull a lot of the herd creatures that would be overpopulation, like the Kazi Grazers, and check the any overpopulation of Copians. Well, the reason why nobody likes cane toads is because they are an invasive species and they're fucking everywhere. Isn't during their spawning season? Don't like the entire roads in certain parts of Australia just get covered in those things? Oh yeah, and then whip crabs. Imagine in a universe where you have this giant two-story building of a creature that mind controls its kids, which are about 1 story tall each, and then you put it up against a cassowary. Like a cassowary, you need something like a cassowary to fucking fight that thing. You ever heard of Nutria Rats? I think the Pokemon Eradicate IRL. Around New Orleans, the government paid bounties on dead ones when I was a lad. Damn. Nolans, I should say. Did you see the news about Castro by July this year? Also, didn't you think we'll see news about Castro by July this year? And also, when do you think we'll see Terra and Greybox? I think we'll have more updates by July. I think we'll know by July if Castro's coming in. I have a feeling that Castro's coming in the moment that they can get Starchitect and Genesis in, because I think once they can get Genesis in, they'll make the planets. I think that they're shooting for July or September for Genesis. I do think July is still a pretty big option for them to drop Genesis, so you'd have Nyx 1, Nyx 2, and Nyx 3.
Genesis?
Not Castro by July, but I do think we would have, we'll know if Castro's coming in this year by July. Because if Genesis and Starchitect are in by the middle of this year, or by summer, early fall of this year, then Castra's likely going to be in. Because Sherman was in Gray Box when last we saw it 2 years ago. Or was it last year? It was 2 years ago, right? And then it would be perfect for Invictus release, but I think CIG wants to release Castra around as soon as possible, and I don't think it's going to be ready by May of this year. Do you think they might actually turn that April Fool's joke into Hull B into a real ship? I'm talking about the large military variant, the Hull M or whatever it's called. No, you're not going to get the Hull M. I wonder it's waiting on dynamic meshing and instancing. No, it's waiting on Genesis, really. They're waiting on Genesis. Genesis is they're not going to build new planets unless they have Genesis working, which is why we don't have Nyx 1, 2, and 3. If they were going to just build planets, they would have used the same tech they used to build Pyro, but they don't want to do that anymore. Look at the art and tech animation.
Genesis? Sounds like server meshing, quasi-dynamic server meshing is nearing its release. Sorry I'm late, but if you addressed this already, I apologize with the report. CIG said the Kraken will be the largest player ship run ship at release. Does that torpedo any hopes of the Javelin this year for sure? Yeah, we're not getting the Kraken this year. We're getting it next year, like next Invictus.
Does that mean we're not going to get Javelin this year? Yeah, absolutely not. We might get it next year. Yeah, and there's going to be a Starliner post 1.0. I'd like to see at least CASCOM by the end of the year, but I have my doubts. I don't think it's going to take CIG a lot of effort and time to generate Castro. Like, it's really not as... With the tools they have, in the past, they've been able to do it in like a week. The bottleneck when it comes to Castro will be its landing zone. And its landing zone was in Greybox 2 years ago. Now, some of that team is obviously working on other things, but there's really nothing left for it to work on. It's the next stage. There is no other landing zone until Terra, and Castro would obviously get more, or Sherman would get more attention than Terra would. Ironclad is going to be this Invictus, yes. Ironclad isn't this year, though. Is this year? Yeah, yes. Could we ever see playable Tavarin? Yeah, after 1.0. CIG has said that they want players, and they've reiterated this multiple times recently, that they want players to be able to play as aliens in the game. It is still a planned feature they want to do, but they, the last we heard them specifically talk about how they would implement it was that it would be a paid DLC. So you would have to pay additional money to get a character for the Xi'an or the Banu or possibly the Tavarin. The way I would do it is I would have the Tavarin be free as part of that update. So you do an update where you'd go like, Tavarin, playable Tavarin, you can play with them for free with their own unique starting quests, which then feed into the main quest because Tavarin are part of the UEE, so it wouldn't be unusual for Tavarin to be doing stuff for UEE citizenship. And then once you've got that done, then the paid update would be like the Banu or the Xi'an or both, or maybe more individually if you wanted to pay for those. But we're talking about like this. CIG said that would be the only thing they would charge for as a post-release update when it came to Star Citizen. Like they wouldn't do like paid expansions for anything else except for Aliens, because they said that if they wanted to do Aliens right, they'd want to have their own storyline. They want to have their own sort of like main storyline, their own starting locations, their own ships that were built for them, that kind of stuff. They're a gateway species. First one's free. Well, it's the easiest way to, in my opinion, to sort of get people used to the idea of playing an alien is to use the Tavarin, because the Tavarin themselves are already part of the UEE. They're an alien species that we beat twice in war. Their home world is part of the UEE. It has representation in the UEE Senate. There's a Tavarin in the UEE Senate who represents that world. It is, for all intents and purposes, the Tavarin are a client species of the UEE. They are part of the UEE. That do not think that this is like the United Federation of Planets shit. Like they are unwillingly part of the UEE. This was not a willing adoption into the system. This was, congratulations, you are now becoming a citizen. Which means that they would have their own unique sort of starting location. They'd have their own unique, at least, introduction missions, because they have a unique physiology, which is slightly different from humanity. And then it wouldn't be too difficult to go from that to a 1.0 mission, because you're still a UE citizen. You know, the path to do that. And I could see it also, and then that if it was to be free, they'd probably want to have unique interactions, where if you were a Tavarin, you would have different relations or different reactions to mission givers and to the general public around you, because there'd be people who just straight up be racist. And by doing that, it would also allow you to do a back-end update, because you could easily have the general reaction to for NPCs being speciest or racist or whatever. They could just just have generic lines being like fucking alien or whatever, like damn Xeno. Like they don't have to be like specific to the race. And then that makes it easier for when you add Xian or Banu into the universe as playable characters, because then you just use the same generic lines. So you can think of it as like how a lot of games will update when they're like there's a new DLC, they'll update the game for free and add a bunch of new other shit. But then if you wanted to get the DLC stuff, you have to pay for it. It'd be something like that. They are definitely a stand-in for like indigenous peoples, like Native Americans. Pretty much, though CIG is smart enough not to just do American perspective, it would probably be something similar to like Aboriginals in Australia, indigenous peoples in Canada and the United States, and then also like, you know, like the more tribal, more remote like cultures of Siberia. I always forget the name of those of the tribes out there. They're not like tribes, they just live in the area. Yeah, kind of like Zulu. It's more of a minority group that was once had a minority in the country, and they're no longer a minority. Like the Inuit, yeah. The Inuit are part of it, but it's like there's a Siberian group that I'm forgetting off the top of my head that was like semi-nomadic. I don't think we'll ever get a Vanduul DLC. I think the Vanduul will always be our enemies until, like, if CIG wants to go fucking balls to the wall crazy and introduce the Kurthok. But if they introduce the Kurthok as an enemy, that'll be like in a Squadron game or Squadron style game. I was thinking about this the other day. How do they have to implement the Oratani, if ever? The Oratani? Are we talking about the lost system? The Cora Amor system? Yeah, no, Kurthok would be end of the game. Yeah, Oratani. It's the Oratani. In my opinion, I think the easy way to add the Oratani into the game would to be make them a human polity which is directly antagonistic to the UEE. So sort of like a separate human empire that develops separate from humanity. But they'd have to give the Oratani multiple systems, and that would probably be a DLC. Maybe not a paid DLC, but at least like a major expansion to the game beyond the 100 systems they already have. Because if the Oratani still are alive, when the CIG is heavily implying they are, they would have been separate from humanity for something like 600 years. So they'd have developed their own unique culture, their own technology, and like when the Oratani was split from humanity was under the United Nations of Earth still, not even the United Planets of Earth. So it's been a long time. Like they weren't around for the Mezzers, so they don't have the Mezzer baggage that humanity does. So they may show up far more advanced than the UEE because they didn't have the limitations of the Mezzers. So you have a highly advanced human civilization which is returning to human space and probably, you know, doing that crusade thing. So like the clans of BattleTech, yeah, I can see CIG doing them as like the clans in BattleTech, or like the Emperor and his crusades from 40K. I could see maybe even a hybrid of the two, as sort of instead of it's the clan invasion or the crusades, it's the Oratani crusade, the Great Oratani Crusade to liberate humanity. The Oratani. So the Oratani Ortani is a system that borders Pharaon that disappeared. The jump point between Pharaon and Ortani collapsed in the 2400s with an entire human population in the Ortani system, which was entirely cut off. Now, the system was still being developed. It was still being terraformed at the time. But the system itself had enough resources to be self-sufficient if they desired to. How can they give them multiple systems? There's no recorded jump points into the system. Well, the beauty of the jump point system is that the jump point system is just simply a record of what we've found. So what they could do, and this is what I say they could do, it's always my perspective. What I would do is have the Ortani have discovered multiple jump points themselves to other systems that humanity had not discovered, that UNE, UPE, UE had not discovered. So they find 2 or 3 systems, and in one of those systems, they find a jump point to a UEE world. So you have the rediscovery of the people who survived, of the Ortani survivors, the descendants of the Ortani, with the rest of humanity. And going by Star Citizen lore, it will not go well. It will go fucking awful. It will be the worst that you could possibly imagine. Death, destruction, mayhem, all of it. I made a video on the Hadesians a long time ago, but it was very small. Let me show you something before we continue on. Here's Ortani. So you see there's all this space in between the different systems. Like there's a bunch of space here. There's a bunch of space here. There's space here. And notice how Ortani here doesn't have any jump points. It was connected to Pharaon right here. And that jump point collapsed. But jump points may also form. We don't really have a lot of information on it. So again, what I would do is not just add Ortani, but add Ortani in 2 or 3 different planets. So you could show sort of the extent of the Ortani civilization. And then connect that bitch directly to like Sol or something. Or Vega. So one of these systems connects to Vega, and suddenly we find a new jump point, and it leads to Ortani space. I'll do them when they actually have more of it. Since Hadesians, the ancients of Star Citizen, no, specifically they rejected the idea of doing the Hadesians as the ancients, because Chris Roberts and the writing team generally dislikes that trope of using the ancient Forerunner technology or ancient Forerunner species, because especially when Star Citizen was first being concepted, that shit had been played the fuck out between Stargate, Mass Effect, Halo, like even Star Trek was using that trope. It's super fucking old in science fiction. And so they were like, let's move away from it. Instead, let's have more interesting mystery species, a species that did exist hundreds of thousands of years ago that killed themselves, and now they're a mystery of what's going on. Oh yeah, it is very loud. I think you can turn down the volume a little bit. Let me pull up this music. Is it? Doop 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 doop. Is this it?
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Brother_Raven just resubscribed for 5 months. You're my favorite dance artist.
Oh, that's the you don't many then. Thank you so much for that 5 months of support there, Brother Raven. You're very important, pumper, very precipice, very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Here you go for everybody who hasn't heard. This is from Man Leave. Let's see if I can find. Here we go. So this is the partial recording of it. Not so fun fact, this takes place during the opening credits. You get to hear the music and the songs, and the reason why it sounds so slow and like with a choir is because it's played over the fucking funerals of the dead of the Battle of Vega. So you get to see the aftermath of the Battle of Vega and all of the dead that the rows and rows of flag draped coffins with the theme being played. Yeah, this is pulled directly from. I'll put in here, but this is pulled directly from a preview that CIG did of the Squadron 42 music. If I can find the original link, I'll find it to you. But it's the reason why it kind of waffles in audio quality is because it was basically a demonstration of this is the MIDI mix, the live recording, and the final mix. So they keep cutting back between each one of them, and you can actually kind of see the like they cut to like the points with the pipers. You can see the chorus singing and that kind of stuff. So. Yeah, Regen Tech is very new. It's only 5 years old, 6 years old now. We're gonna watch that. We're gonna actually look at the Squadron 42 the Squadron 42 newsletter, because it's been pretty consistently mid the comm link. Well, let's take a look at it at the very least. All right. Equipped for victory. Wear the uniform and wield the weapons. Prepare yourself for the prestigious military career with the most cutting-edge armaments out there. Tried and tested by every legend that came before you. Stack your inventory with the best of the best and become the overwhelming battlefield force in your own right. The Navy has your back, so you can have ours. Advanced armor. The UEN's greatest asset is you. That's why your protection is our first priority. To minimize injury, each one of our combat pilots is outfitted with battle-refined military kit to keep them safe while they hold the line. So, 1 is the flight suit. Omni CFS Diamond Flight Suit, specialized armor for hostile environments. 2, Regulation Neck Sock. And then 3, AVS helmet, AVS-E helmet, carbon fiber flight helmet for superb impact protection. Take up arms. The essential preparation is to arm our recruits. This section of standard issue UEN weapons has been streamlined throughout the years of hazardous engagements to give each recruit comprehensive arsenal for varying combat scenarios. 1, Bearing S-38 ballistic pistol, versatile lightweight polymer sidearm. 2, Bearing P4 AR rifle, close quarters firefight weapon, valued for accuracy. If you notice that the weapon itself, why we use the P4 rather than the P8, is that I think it's the difference between the M4 and the M16. The P4 is much more of the M4. It's a carbine, smaller barrel, closer in, versus the P8, which is more of a traditional assault rifle. The Bearing FS9, machine gun, light machine gun with full auto mode for sustained covering fire, and the Ultraflex FSK-8 combat knife, simple and effective carbon steel blade, 16 centimeters. Before 4.7 models, these are Squadron models. These are all Squadron models. So I imagine that like what we're gonna get here is what we see here is what we're gonna get for Squadron. So yeah, they'll be a little bit dated compared to Star Citizen, but you also got to remember that Squadron takes place 10 years before the events of Star Citizen. So. When unpredictable obstacles arise, our recruits need to think on their feet, using every tool at their disposal. We make sure to equip you with as much versatility as we can. Even the simplest tool can clutch a victory from the jaws of defeat. Number 1, Microtech Mobiglass, communications device using a military OS. So it's basically a military smartphone. 2, which is the new multi-tool, CIG has said that they want to try to make the military multi-tool. They're going to try to take the current multi-tool we have in game and make it more like the military multi-tool in terms of like more compact. Grey Cat multi-tool, an exclusive UEN device, an ultra-portable power tool for a wide range of tasks. 3, integrated battery, a consumable cartridge to power your multi-tool that also includes a vial of Medigel and a small amount of RMC storage. So it's a battery / RMC container, and also has, so it's a multi, for the adapters we have for the Pyro multi-tool, it has all of them in one. It's a power, it's a battery, it's a medical tool, and it's a repair tool. So we'll have to swap it out. Well, the thing is, it's not a retcon because the Grey Cat Pyro multi-tool is what we have right now. The one we have in game is called the Grey Cat Pyro multi-tool. This is just a military version of that, which is more condensed and it's more simplified. A Swiss Army multi-tool, yeah. It's an Omni tool, yeah. 4, this is the big one. Bearing OmniLink hacking device. A handheld crypto key for computer infiltration. We're getting a hacking terminal for Squadron, which means hacking is in Squadron. And then a Cure Life SR5 med pen and all-purpose first aid solution in the field. So the SR5 is basically like the med pen we have in Star Citizen, but it's for everything. It'll heal you up for wounds and for like health. It's like a, and for like radiation. It's sort of a one-size-fits-all solution. Hacking, insert tiger claw. This doesn't look like a tiger's claw. This looks like an actual so this is like a press hold emitter or P75 hollow emitter. So it looks like you stick this into like a hacking slot and it projects a holographic image that you have to then do hacking gameplay. I just never realized that Pyro multi-tool was made by Grey Cat, so I opened my mouth and put my foot into it. Well, yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Here's the cool thing. If you look at the model, you can tell. So this is a picture of the model. Personal multi-tool. Grey Cat Industrial. RYT. And I think if you turn it over, it has the same. Here's another picture of it. RYT. Grey Cat. This is RYT that matches that. So yeah. Oh, Pyro Amalgamated. The thing is that Pyrotechnic Amalgamated didn't exist when the Pyro multi-tool was created. The Pyro multi-tool is one of the oldest devices in humanity. The version we have now is likely an updated version from the original, but the original Pyro multi-tool created by Grey Cat is like 24 or 25. I think it's 2400s. And Pyrotechnic Amalgamated wouldn't like exist until well after the creation of the Pyro multi-tool. Might even 2300s. The story of Grey Cat is they were sort of a small mining company that existed in the Star Citizen universe in the UNE. And the daughter of the founder of the company got control of the company from her father, but her father was still like the board, the head of the head of the board. And so you're still sort of like spying on her and being super protective of like how she made decisions. So she convinced him and the board to let her open up a new headquarters in Croshaw, because they're originally from Mars. So they opened up a new headquarters in Croshaw, and the new owner hired her friend, who was this really, really smart but super depressed guy who used to work for Tatiana Terraforming, doing experimental mining techniques to try to get to the core of the planet to try to warm up Oberon. And during his time there, he sketched up all these really new ideas like armor and tools and vehicles that would have helped improve his stuff that he needed for the process. And then a collapse happened and it killed a bunch of his crew and like removed one of his legs. So like one of his legs was gone, was just crushed and had to be removed during a cave-in. And he blamed himself for it, never got a prosthesis. And when he left Tatiana Terraforming, the head of the new head of Grey Cat snapped him up to get him like a job, because he's got a lot of skills. And so there he set about to take all his ideas that he would have wanted while he was mining and turn them into things. And that was where we get the Ariel armor, the Grey Cat multi-tool, the PTV. All of these were his designs. And they've been updated since then, but he was the one who came out with them. And when he came up with the Ariel and was pretty popular, but when he came out with the Pyro multi-tool, the Pyro RYT multi-tool, it broke the Empire. Like Grey Cat spent more time and energy suing people for making knockoff multi-tools than they did making the multi-tools, because it was just so prevalent and so easy to copy that people made tons of knockoffs. And they almost went bankrupt trying to fight it, but eventually were able to settle and get what they wanted to. So, oh, it was his arm, not his leg. Okay, thank you. Yeah, he lost a limb in that. Yeah, but Pyrotechnic Amalgamated collapsed in 2600s, like the early 2600s. Yeah, this footer still says. Oh, it says Squadron 42. Let's see if I can pull up the one that was in the email. This is the email version. At the very bottom, it says launches in 2026. Still, this was sent 2 days ago in the email. No, I don't do a lot of the announcement on Discord, the stream and Discords. I used to do an automated system, which I could set up again, but I didn't have it possible. The real armor is still like is 90% still the same armor he created back then. Yeah, it's mostly the same design. So, how you doing, Wibbly? So yeah. For those wondering, and I'll still say it, Squadron 42 is probably going to release in October. I haven't heard shit or fuck since the last I heard anything. But yeah. Again, CIG's plan is a short but focused marketing period, but at least say something about the game if they want to want people to trust them getting the game is coming out. I agree. Like I've said before that I think CIG is making the mistake of not getting the base, their hardcore fans, energized for a potential announcement, because everyone I've talked to who has ever done marketing generally agrees with the same sentiment, which is CIG will probably release in October, and if they're going to release in October, they're going to make an announcement around Invictus, because Invictus is the right time, A, and B, it's the right type of event to do an announcement for a release date. Yeah, we'll know more by June. Gamescom is in August, so I don't think they'll wait till August. That would be an incredibly short time period. What I would have done is do teasers of like, hey, we're gonna do an announcement. We're gonna do an announcement. Stick around for this announcement, and then they make the announcement in June, where everyone's hyped up to know more about it, and they do an announcement in June, and I would do, the multiple package discussions and where you can buy it at release, and reopen pre-orders around then so people can start getting hyped throughout the summer. I don't think they're confident of 2026 release, but we'll see. Mad, this is a trust me bro source, but there are multiple people at CIG who I've talked to who have confirmed that they have been told a month that Squadron's releasing. Like, they know the month it's releasing. And at like multiple levels of the company. It is not we're not confident. They're doing it. It might blow up in their face, but they're doing it. Yeah, CIG's not good at that sort of, that word of mouth. Because the problem I have, and this is this has been my concern when Chris made the statement he did in his letter to the chairman, and a lot of people were like, no, Paul, you're wrong. He's not what he said. And it's like, that's what he fucking said. Which is, he's implying heavily that all of the stuff they've done up to now was good enough word of mouth and promotion to have people remember that they existed, and that they're going to use that as the basis for what they're going to do going forward. And it's like, Jesus titty fucking Christ, nobody knows you exist, dude. The Squadron 42 prologue video that gets a lot of hype, that gets a lot of reactions, that came out 2 years ago. 2 years ago, 2024, if I remember correctly. People don't remember anything was announced 2 years ago unless they're super into it. CIG's been inside an echo chamber of events with its existing fan base. Star Citizen is very niche. It is, but Squadron 42 shouldn't be nearly as niche. So, but they should also be trying to get people who aren't already addicted to Star Citizen interested in Squadron. And the best way to do that is to let your fans who are already waiting for Squadron to tell them when to give them some hey, hype. What happened 2 days ago? They released their first newsletter for Squadron for fucking ever. We haven't had a Squadron 42 newsletter since August or September of last year. Baldur's Gate 3 was niche until it wasn't. Single player gamers will come if it's a good story based on story-based single player game. The difference is that Baldur's Gate 3 had a extensive, close-knit, very high, like very dedicated fan base, like Star Citizen does. And they let the fucking fans know when they were releasing the goddamn game. They didn't rely on just, you know, what they've already done. They rallied their own fan base to start promoting and talking about it. Yeah, and it had an existing fan base, you know, yeah. Wasn't there a thing with Vandal ships? Yes, that was one of them. I can't remember when that was, but it was a while ago. And they were playing the game for 2 years before release in early access. But yeah, but so was Star Citizen. Star Citizen is arguably sort of an early release version of Squadron in terms of like the general vibe and feel. I always love it when Squadron 42 and Star Citizen fans fight. It goes to prove my theory that Squadron 42 and Star Citizen fans, there'll be a crossover of people who like both. But there's going to be unique groups of people that pretend that the other group doesn't exist or the other group fucking sucks. Because there already are people who are like, I only back this game for Squadron, I'm just tolerating Star Citizen. And people are like, I don't fucking want Squadron. I want it to fail. Hurry up and fail so I can get my fucking space game. It's not going to fail. I don't know how good it will do, but it really depends on how well it releases. It's not just you, Saint. I've heard multiple people talk about it. The Renaissance men will love both. I think CIG is in a unique position because they have players from both of those fields. And, you know, I think the people who are only Star Citizen will learn to like Squadron, but they may not like, and they'll look forward to new Squadrons and like single player experiences come out, but they won't like, that won't be their main draw. It'll be more like, I'm bored, I'm going to do this because it's fun. And I think that there's some people who are playing Squadron who will play Star Citizen because they're like, yeah, I'll get some experience in something else so I can enjoy that. But I do, from my experience from games like, or from communities like Bethesda, when you get an online game, there is a distinct community of online gamers which will flock to your online game. And the single player community will stay away from the online game like it's the fucking plague. So there will be people who will be Squadron 42 purists, and they will never play Star Citizen. And there'll be Star Citizen purists, there already are, who will never play Squadron 42. No, I don't think Squadron 42 is a niche genre. I think it's a growing genre that is underserved. It's a space action adventure game where you fly ships and you do combat, but it's also you interact with other people. There's mystery elements. There's interpersonal elements. It's very like similar in the sense in terms of like vibes to like a Mass Effect game, but you're not the chosen one. You're just a dude on a ship. And we also have multiple other games that are coming out. Exodus, Osiris, which are all in the same sort of genre, the same sort of feel, which are getting a lot of buzz as well. So there's definitely a space for a single player, space-based, like story-based game. It's a Telltale game where the combat is predetermined and the choices don't matter. Just a question, Saint. Have you ever played a Wing Commander game? Yeah, okay. That tracks. That tracks entirely. Wing Commander has predetermined outcomes, but one of the things it's really famous for is branching outcomes. So there will probably be, I don't know if it's still true or not, branching narratives where you can fail a mission and the game doesn't end. You just live with the realities of that failed mission, and then you have to deal with the problems afterwards. As long as you don't die, you can continue. And as far as I know, Squadron 42 will have the same ending no matter what, because it has to lead into part 2. But the details about that ending doesn't have to be the same. I think there will be multiple endings with Squadron. This is not, I don't know this or not. I've for those of you who don't know, I've spoiled the fuck out of myself with Squadron. I do think there are multiple endings, but how it ends is the same. Yeah, it's like how it ends is what matters. You know, who's alive, what ships still exist, who's on your side and who's not, that kind of thing. But it's already determined in lore. We don't know what the outcome of Squadron 42 is. Because remember, you're not the Chosen. You're not Commander Shepard. You're not the Master Chief. You're just a starman. You're a lieutenant. You're just a person. You're a soldier, a sailor, or whatever the fuck you want to say. You're a starman. You're just in space. You're part of the Space Force. That's it. You go where they tell you to go, and you do what they tell you to do, and you have to adapt to the situations they throw you into. You are not the I can't even say the word from it. You're not Paul Atreides, you know? I get the point, but it's funny. You're not the Chosen One, but you solo assault a 50-person pirate base on foot while landing one of the only Gladius fighters in the system. You just make do with what you got, man. You land and assault a pirate base to free the sole advocacy agent in the system. And it's your call. John's Squadron. Yeah, you're John's citizen, literally. That's just a Marines, man. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's just your average Gurkha. yeah, and yeah, that's a good point. There are certain individuals during World Wars that did impossible things. Alvin York. Why am I blanking on his name? Oh, he's a Texan too. Audie Murphy. There's Daly, Chesty Puller. I mean, you name it. Desmond Doss, John Paul Jones, yeah. Is it John Daly? Yeah, it's John Daly. Or Daniel Daly. Daniel Daly. The famous, the famous quote from Starship Troopers, "Come on, you apes, you want to live forever," is Daniel Daly. Spoken at Bellow Wood, I believe. But you got you get the idea. Like, these are heroes. These are people who are important, but they're just normal people in the context of the war. I'm not saying you're not a hero. You're just not the chosen one. You're doing some, like, Medal of Honor level shit. But then you're not doing it because you're like, I'm gonna be the hero. It's like, I am the only person in this fucking system who can do this. I'm gonna do it. Because if I don't, I'm dead. And everybody I know is dead. So I got no options. No, you're not Harry Potter. You're not a wizard. Tell a tale of what? Fucking sassy with me. Tell me a tale of an obscure system within Star Citizen. Look this up. There's one that I can think of, but I can't remember the name of it. Is it low? Keel. All right, the Keel system. Keel, also known as Severus, well, the system is called Keel, but it is a Navy. It was a former Navy Navy base. There's 6 planets. It's there's one that was called Severus, which was the military center of operations. And throughout most of the Cold War, the Keel system was mostly abandoned. Or it was mostly the UEE military. But finally, in the 29th century, when the everything had cooled off, and had been cooled off for a while, the UEE allowed for private groups to settle in the Keel system. And during that time period, the IAE was looking for a permanent home because the IAE was traveling around to different systems, but it became difficult to manage because they'd have to go to locations, and the locations would have to adapt to them, especially as IAE, the Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, was growing. So in a time period when they had lost a lot of the military presence, so that the economy was pretty down, and they were still sort of building up a civilian economy. Juana Zur, who was elected governor of the not the Keel system, but specifically Severus, approached the IAE and said, "We've got a ton of military infrastructure which could be converted to show off ships and other things, because we've got runways and landing pads and hangar locations, so we can take up to frigate class ships and put them out for display." And so he, as a result of getting the attention of the IAE, he also got a bunch of ship companies to invest in the location as well, to create ship manufacturing plants on Keel, because they could use a lot of the old military infrastructure to help them out there. And this sort of increased the attention of the system. And so it went from being a military backwater to, by 2937, because of its growing importance to the aerospace industry, it got recognized as a senate, or with its own senate seat. So it's a UEE planet, Severus's UEE planet, with its own senator in 2937. And its first senator was the daughter of the first governor of Severus, who managed to get all these things done. Her name is Jana Thurville. Yeah, it's a giant car sale lot and manufacturing location. It has 3 jump points. I'm looking at it. It goes to Baker, Hadrian, and Horus. Which means that the Keel system is likely one of the first, I would say, 20 systems we're going to get into the game. It has 6 planets. Keel 1 through 6, but Keel 3 is Severus. Keel 1 is a mesoplanet. Keel 2 is a vacant rocky planet with a thin atmosphere. Even though it's unsuitable for terraforming, the UE has prohibited corporations from mining the planet. We don't know why. It's just protected. Keel 4 is a subgiant. It's a blue subgiant. I don't know what that means. I imagine it means it's a gas giant, but it's like a sub-gas giant. Keel 5 is a large gas giant, which is mostly hydrogen and helium, and it has rings. And Keel 6 is a tiny protoplanet. It's a long orbit around the star. It has one asteroid belt between Severus and Keel 4. So, generally speaking, they'll probably turn Keel 2 into a terraformed world, because they've been doing that. They might not, because they already have Severus, which is a terraformed world. And it's still fairly empty, because most of it is just military bases. If CIG comes to you and says you get to choose the 6 system to release, which one you pick and why? Hadrian. Not even like a question. Hadrian. Hadrian is the easy choice. 1, no planets to build. It's all gas giants and ice giants. 2, it's got a lot of stations, like abandoned stations, so you can do a lot of cool things with abandoned stations. 3, its landing zone is a bunch of stations roped together like a Banu flotilla, so you've got like a nice, like, unique location for people to go to. And 4, it's connected to Terra and to Nyx. So you can go from Stanton to Terra to Hadrian to Nyx to Castra. Double checking it. Yeah, it's got a jump point to Castra. You can even bypass Nyx. It's got a jump point to Castra, Gurzil, Keel, Oya, Pyro, and Terra. So it has 3 jump points to systems that we know will be in 1.0. Plus, it's a border system with the Xi'an. So you can add a lot of cool Xi'an stuff. It's got a lot of Banu influences, so it's sort of out there. I suspect CIG is going to rearrange their no smog planet terraforming. If so, I hope they'll really be interesting implication for the Xi'an homeworld. Yeah, I also think that they may terraform Venus in the Sol system. So it effectively acts as sort of a hub to go into other systems, and because it's a fairly big but mostly empty system, you don't have to worry about a ton of different like playable locations. It kind of acts as a transit hub. And the cool things you can do with the abandoned stations is you can do like what they're doing with the contested zones. You can just add a bunch of stations which are just contested zones, or like the the mining stations we have in Pyro, or anything else like that. You can just have sort of like an abandoned station for various missions or for sandbox locations, that kind of stuff. Yeah, it's a really good place for where they have the 5 systems, and it allows for you to completely circumnavigate Pyro and Nyx to do all the UEE stuff, because you can go from Castra to Hadrian to did IAE move off Keel? It's a secondary event. Welcome everyone from Christiana Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker 01 Batman Show, your humble host and space bartender here. At the Astropod, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We're gonna do it for you. How you doing? That man has said Hades for the lore. I think Hades needs its own time. Like if they release Hades, they gotta release Hades around October. And it's got to be like super spooky. It's like they got to like really work on it. Someone said that the 5 systems after let me pull up the star map again. I'll mute it so you don't have to listen to the whole thing. In fact, I'll be right back. I'm doing good. How's your stream? I'll step away for 2 seconds and I'll be right back.
Genesis?
Barcelona! Barcelona!
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Good news, everyone!
Alright, sorry, that was fast.
Drugs.
I love democracy.
Did Rockbreaker for the first time. Did you enjoy Rockbreaker?
Stand by for Titanfall.
This sounds cool. On the Grange Point of Hadrian 2, there's a mini mall cluster of former military stations that have been converted into a massive bazaar. Yeah. Reef. Keltu Reef. It's called Keltu. It was supposed to be originally called Keltu, which is the Banu word for reef. But people were asking, it's the typical thing where they go, Keltu, come to Keltu Station. They're like, Keltu, what does that stand for? Reef. Like, oh, okay, I'll go to Reef Station. And people are like, where are you going? Oh, I'm going to Keltu Reef. What's that? Oh, it's a station out in Hadrian. So it's Reef. It's like chai tea is TT. You're going to Reef. All right, so let's just take a look at the star map, and I'll show you what I mean. So we're gonna go to Pyro. Here, we've got a Pyro, Nyx. We got Terra, Stanton, Pyro, Nyx, and over here, Castra. And Castra, right? So the easy one to connect a lot of them is Hadrian. So I think Hadrian is probably in there fairly quickly. I think the other one to connect them together is Magnus, because it has a Terra and a Stanton connection. And then I think Bremen has got a connection somewhere around here as well. Yeah. Bremen might be a good option, because it's cool. Though I do think that Odin is an easy answer, because Odin is going to be in Squadron, so they just have to convert what they have from Odin into Star Citizen assets, which would take some time, but probably not as hard as some of the other ones. So at the very least, I think we're getting Hadrian, Magnus, Odin, and then if we're going to go kind of off the beaten path, I would say maybe Bremen and Tohill. Because Tohill is on the border of Banu. This is Banu space, or Xi'an space right here. And that's Banu space, so it's both Xi'an and Banu. Hadrian is near Gurzil, Kiel, and Horus. I think Kiel is an easy one to get because of IAE. And that opens up Baker, which is pretty big, and also connects to Horus and Hadrian. It kind of expands towards the Xi'an space. If CIG wants to get more funky, they would go Ellis, which is a big fucking system. Min is going to be the easiest fucking thing of all time. Let me show you Min. Come on, let me see. See Min. Welcome to Min. This is it. It is a single gas giant. And it has 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 moons. That's it. It's a planetary system. There's no star. It's a rogue planetary system. There's a joke that Jax McCleary which is Misk makes cockpits with the same sort of view as a Min sunrise. When you hear him say that, what he's joking is that because Min doesn't have a fucking star. So Min would be an easy Genesis in, we're done. It's a dark universe. It's a dark planet. Let's go for it. And then you also have Nexus, which is a big part of where Nexus and Cathcart, which are big places for rebels. Like Cathcart's got Spider, which is this giant collective space station that's kind of junk, which is where a lot of pirates hang out, sort of like a Tortuga of Star Citizen. And Nexus is a sort of battleground between pirates and outlaws and the UEE. UEE is trying to tame it and is failing epically. And both of those are obviously connected to Hades, which is itself connected to Nemo. That also gets you closer to Killian and Davian. Killian is an important system. Davian is where Aegis is located, and Davian has a jump point directly to Sol. So, like, that gets you closer to Sol itself. But I do think that CIG is more than likely going to sort of expand out this direction to get these done when they're their first 10 or so systems, and then 10, 20 systems, and then they'll move this direction afterwards. So we'll get Vega, which has connection to Bremen, which then has Oberon and Null, which are important, and Null has one to Croshaw. And this gets us in the direction of Virgil. That brings up that I do think that Virgil is probably going to be the 5th system of the next 5 systems. If I was a betting man, I would say, again, Hadrian, Odin, Magnus, Bremen, and Virgil. Because Virgil would allow for players to go fight the Vanduul, which would have its own unique thing to it. Well, see, here's the thing. We may see habitable planets, habitable moons in Min, because there's a theory, at least in our solar system, that I think it's Jupiter or Saturn possibly has life on some of its moons, simply because of the tidal forces that are crushing the moon and expanding it because of its orbit, which is causing everything to heat up and keep things warm. Paul, you think 5 systems will be enough for 1.0? I think they aren't enough because the start of the game will have a big rush of people playing. I think it'll be enough for 1.0 as long as 1.1 adds an additional system or 1.2 adds an additional system. Because you got to remember that the main story of Star Citizen is going to take about 30 to 40 hours, according to CIG. So even if people rush through the content to get through the 30 hours, you then have the post story content, which is all sandbox based, which is going to require research, it's going to require crafting, base building, and so on and so forth. We already have an easy 20 to 40 hour game in Star Citizen if you want to kind of participate in all the things that are available for you to participate. And the 5 systems should be enough because they have enough variety to do stuff. Min 1b is the largest moon orbiting the rogue gas giant. It has a thin atmosphere and is surprisingly warm because of the thermal heating produced by its eccentric orbit around Min 1. Yep, Min was discovered by Hathor, that Hathor. You got to remember that this system right here, where are you? I can find you again. I will find you. This system right here used to be called Hathor. Nexus was run by Hathor. This was the Hathor system. And yeah, they discovered Min. They also discovered Hades before anybody else did. They didn't say shit. They kept it the fucking secret. Because also pirates and outlaws used to run through Nexus all the time because Hathor didn't want to bother to stop them. And so they also discovered that. So maybe Nemo is what you're talking about with the giant waves and stuff like that. It's either Nemo or there's another one. Not Kronos. Kronos is also where the synth world is. By the way, for those of you who are wondering, blue represents UEE systems. These yellow with sort of like spirals around them are unclaimed systems. Red systems are the Vandul systems. Green systems are the Xi'an systems. And yellow systems are the Banu systems. There's Tamsa. There's Banshee. It might be Nemo that I'm thinking about. It could also be Corel or... It's Helios is what I'm thinking about. Helios. So here's Helios. I believe it is Helios at Tangora. Frequent volcanic on this large ocean world results in the creation of temporary landmasses that are often used as brief recreational sites by visiting water sport enthusiasts. This planet's more permanent residents traditionally live in underwater habitats near the sparse landmasses located at the pole. I've heard the name of that's the one that has the giant statue of Poseidon. Cartiana and Kano. Is that it? That was Helios. Yeah. Here it is. This one. That's what he's referencing. And then we've got Mariana, aka Shortbreak. The giant statue of Poseidon. That's the main landing zone. That's the planet for it. Helios is a claimed world. It's part of the UE. Ooh. So the reason why Pyro is difficult to claim, you got to remember that Pyro had all these connections, but not all these connections were discovered when Pyro was originally out. In fact, Hadrian was discovered by Pyrotechnic Amalgamated when it was by Pyro when Pyro was still being settled. So Pyro really only had one connection, which was to the Callus system. Might have been to Kano. I think it was Kano's when they discovered. Yeah, it's Kano. They didn't even discover the Stanton system when Pyro was discovered. So Kano to Pyro, and then Pyro discovered, Pyrotechnic Amalgamated discovered a connection to Hadrian. These other connections to Castra and Oso and Stanton and Terra came well after Pyro had been discovered and abandoned. It's basically like they discovered that this was a valuable connection when, by that time they did, it was filled with outlaws who were dug in and difficult to remove. Oh yeah, it was definitely that statue. It's super low poly too. It was meant to be a background. They just copied some statues and stuff. Yeah. You got to remember that the universe of Star Citizen and the UEE, with the UEE, it's not as much about, well, why don't they do X? It's like, well, they could do X, but if they did X, it would cost money and resources and time. And so the question is it worth the money, resources, and time? And if the answer is no, then yeah. Now, you also have planets like Oso. Oso is a protected world. It's a developing world. So, like, if I did this shows you the number of worlds that are in the UEE. There's a lot of worlds that are controlled by the UEE. Now, not all of them have direct connections to UEE systems, but most of them do. Vega is the weird one because Vega and Odin and Kronos all have to require to go through some specific, like, unclaimed systems, but they all have some connection to unclaimed or developing systems. Because the developing systems are also technically UEE protectorates. These are systems that are effectively fair chance act systems. And then you have group places like Nyx, which serve as a nice hub, and they don't really care because they can just move transport through it. How is Synth World worth it? We know that specifically Synth World was, the project of Synth World has led to multiple new innovations in technology. So effectively, Synth World's development itself has allowed for the advancement of the significant advancement of technology in the UEE from the end of the Meso era. Because you kind of see, like, the technology sort of stagnates until the end of the Meso era, and when the new UEE takes over, you see an explosion of new inventions and technology that are released. And the Synth World project didn't get announced until about the beginning of the 29th century. So, like, the very beginning, like about 8 years or so after the fall of the Mesers. So, but it's still, like, fairly early in UEE's history, in the new UEE's history. And we know they've referenced that a lot of technology has come from Kronos, from the Synth World project. Now, fun fact, Branagh is where the, like, out of UEE Tevarin have gathered. Now, there are Tevarin all over the UEE and outside of the UEE, but Branagh has a strictly Tevarin population. And because there's no jump points except for the Kronos, it is fairly well protected. Plus, Branagh is shit. The system is garbage. The one planet they have in Branagh that is somewhat livable has got massive amounts of dust storms all over the place. So it's not a very, like, auspicious place to live. But the Tevarin who were stuck to the old ways have moved to Branagh to sort of live outside of the boot of the UEE. And to give you an idea, where are you? That is the Tevarin homeworld right here. And guess what the Tevarin homeworld has? It has jump points to the Vandul systems. Yes, it is the Klingon homeworld, but Kronos is also the name of the father of the gods in Greek mythology. I think they'll do Castra. Now, here's the thing. I don't think they'll do Castra to the degree that everyone thinks they are. They're going to do Castra, Sherman the Landing Zone, and maybe a handful of, like, already existing missions that we have in game now that will just be ported to Castra. Because Castra is a very simple system to do once they have Genesis. Let me show you. It is literally 2 planets. Castra 1, aka Bullseye, and Cascom. It has a jump to Hadrian, to Nyx, to Oso, and to Pyro. And to Oya as well. But it's literally 2 planets. That's it. Castra 1, Cascom. Castra 1, as far as we know, is simply an airless rock where you're probably going to go mining and stuff like that. But it's a place that was used as target practice, why it's called Bullseye. And Cascom is a fully terraformed world with Sherman, which is the main landing zone. So if Castra comes this year, I expect Cascom, Castra 1, and Sherman, and that's it. Nothing else. No points of interest in it. No detailed missions, no specific missions for the system. It's just going to be a place where you can go to and stay and go, ooh, that's it. Yeah, and it's already terraformed, so they don't have to suddenly make Castra 1 terraform. Sherman is Eckhart HQ. Oh, I thought I remembered that, but yeah, that's cool. So the same they did with Nyx, build it out through 2027. Exactly. The reason why I think that's likely going to be the case is simply because it is a fairly easy thing for them to do, and it's a great win for CIG. Because Chris can go, we got quasi-dynamic server meshing, and we got the new Genesis system. And not only did we get a brand new system with Nyx, but we also got Castra done at the same time to show that, see how good we are. And that's not just a, hey, backers, we're doing great. But they can also say the same thing to the people who've been financially supporting them, that they're making significant strides, so that they can sort of boost up their overall presentation. And what better place to add after a military-themed single-player campaign with Squadron at the end of this year than a military-themed base where people can go hang out and see the military stuff. I think Terra is going to take them a very long time. So I doubt we'll see Terra come in next year. I think we'll see updates to it, but we probably won't see it in game until 2028. Maybe early 2028, because I think 2028 is when CIG is shooting to release Star Citizen in a 1.0 format. My hope is they release Terra in like Invictus 2028, and then they spend the rest of that year polishing the fuck out of the game, and then in a beta format, and then release it at the end of the year. And before anyone goes, Star Citizen isn't going to release in 2028, it's going to release in like 2030 or 2057 or 2075. Like, Space Tomato did a video on this recently where they actually released the financials, some of the detailed financials for Star Citizen, or for CIG, and CIG owes somewhere between 30 to 70 million pounds they need something to release so they can recoup some of those losses. Now, most of that is owed to specific backers, specific investors. But how? Because they had private investors that had that had been bailing them out. And those investments, guess when they mature? 2027. Yeah, it's like 10 mil that they took the loan out or something like that. I'm sure 2025 I'm sure did very well. Had them do very well. But they need an immediate injunction of cash because the only thing they have on hand is like 1 to 2 mil on hand in 2024. They probably have more now, but usually they don't. So almost certainly CIG has a bill to pay. And they need released products to be able to make that money. So a big infusion of cash that they could spend right away, especially with Squadron. They can pay off their investors and be riding high because they won't need any more investment. Though, knowing CIG and Chris and how the investors have acted, what's likely going to happen is that investors will conclude their deal, they'll shake hands, pay off the debts, and then the investors will be like, this has been good working with you. Here's 10 million more. I would like to double down. I would like to continue to put money in and get it out, please. Because they still have part 2 of Squadron 42 to do and part 3 of Squadron 42 to do, plus, updates to Star Citizen, and they'll if these people have been sticking with CIG through ups and downs over the last 3 years, they'll stick around. Yeah, that's one of those things when I hear people be like, well, I think Squadron's going to be delayed. It's like, it's not an option if it's delayed or not. It's coming. This baby is coming whether you like it or not. It's just a matter of what state it's going to be in. Landing zones got to take months to build. They do, but the advantage of Sherman is that Sherman was in gray box in 2024. So Sherman was well on its way to Lot 0 in 2024, 2 years ago. If it helps, the people I've talked to at CIG who have actually had hands-on experience playing and working on Squadron 42 have said the game is fun. All of them have said it is a fun game. It is a good game. The story is fine. It's one of those games that is all about the spectacle. It's about the action. It's about the mystery, and it's about the character development with you and your friends and all that kind of stuff. The plot is serviceable. It serves to achieve the goal that you were looking for. Don't expect fucking Shakespeare. It's going to be good. The issue is more good or like okay. The issue is more the stability of the game. Because some builds are great. Some builds suck ass. Some builds are, look like they're like really good to go, and then some builds are missing like half the assets of a level. So that's where they're at. It's Wing Commander. Shock, amaze, disbelief. Yeah. Well, the thing is that I think a lot of people are looking at the prologue and they're going, oh, so this game is going to be a bunch of detached cutscenes that you can't interact with. And knowing how CIG has described, because there's actually a developer commentary on one of the vertical slices they did.
And they've said multiple times, no, it's not. It's going to have a lot of cutscenes because it's a Chris Roberts game. But either your player is going to be actively involved or right next to the action. What you saw in the prologue is not actually what you're going to see in the main game. Because the prologue is literally there to establish the universe that you're in. You get to play in the Battle of Vega, but it's also important for you to understand who Admiral Bishop is, who Squadron 42 is, who the Van Duel are, what the stakes are, and then for you to experience it in first person, the carnage of that war and of the Van Duel, so that you understand the stakes of the universe. I'm trying to remember, there's a game, maybe I'm thinking of Dragon Age, maybe another game that I'm thinking of, where like you play as a survivor of a major event. And that's like a huge plot pull that kind of happens in the background where like it's always in the background where like, yeah, I'm a survivor of this. It's like, oh shit, okay, kind of thing. But I think a lot of people took a look at the prologue and have said, oh, so this is just going to be cutscenes of the video game. It's like, yes, but also no. Good night, Broheim. Honestly, it doesn't really feel like they're banking on Squadron 42 to be a huge financial success beyond paying back investments. I don't think that's the case. But I also don't think that they're... I think you're right that they're not banking on it, but I also don't think that they're... I don't think they're just saying, whatever, we're just going to release it. We're just going to shove this turd out and let it go. I think it's much more to the akin to the idea that CIG wants to release Squadron 42 as best as they can, but they need to have it out by a certain point so that they can passively start to earn income through Squadron. If you choose to not play Squadron 42, can you still get citizenship? Yes, through playing the main storyline missions of Star Citizen, which is like a 30-hour mission chain that you can do. And then you'll also get what's a warranty while doing that. So basically, one ship you own that's not like a paid ownership, you can basically get back for free. At its base level, always. I'd also like to add that Squadron 42 storytelling isn't that unusual. BioWare's games mostly have terrible main plots. The spectacle, character building, etc. is what makes them fun. It depends. I think a lot of world building. And based off of what I've known what the writers have done with Star Citizen and what I've seen in Squadron, heard in Squadron, and been told to about Squadron, Squadron is very world building heavy. It's very much going to tell you about the world of the Star Citizen universe. And lots of side things that are going on in the background, characters having conversations. It's very atmospheric, because it's a Chris Roberts game. It's Wing fucking Commander. Squadron 42 incoming, so PR is still dead with 2026. No 6-month PR rush date yet. So many players in Star Citizen already own Squadron 42, let alone multiple copies. Disagree. That I think I need citation for that, buddy.
You can even take away my space lasers, but you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
My whole being, yeah.
M4Veric_69 just resubscribed for 12 months. Woohoo.
Thank you so much to Maverick for that 12 months of support. You're very important public, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. You're drinking night. Shots and cheers and chat. You know, shots and cheers. Discord search function for what? Because what I'm trying to say is when you say so many players, so many Star Citizen players already own Squadron 42, let alone multiple copies. The argument I would say for that is only if they were new players or only if they're old backers. And you look at the number of people who joined Star Citizen since 2020. Between 2020 and 2026, we've had as much, if not more, people play Star like get Star Citizen as we had between 2012 and 2020. We doubled the amount of people who played Star Citizen since 2020. Once they split off the copies, not everyone knew about it. And B, it was either in 2022 or 2023, they stopped selling copies of Squadron. They really didn't do a huge reveals for Squadron until after they stopped selling early copies of it. Yeah, but during those times, our referral rewards, which is double up to 20 plus accounts for the same many cases. Like, are we? You're just assuming that every single or like double all like half of all of the new accounts are all just people making new accounts? Like, that's definitely give me a fucking source, because that doesn't back the funding model that we've seen in terms of how much money that CIG has earned. It also doesn't back the interest in social media, or even just anecdotally what I've seen. There has been a huge amount of people in the last 3 to 4 years who have got Star Citizen who never knew about it before. Well, the problem, Damien, is that you're coming from the old backer mindset, where before 2020, there was this idea that Star Citizen had reached saturation, where no new people would ever discover it. And I think the reality is that Star Citizen is big in our small community, especially space game nerds, but our small community is tiny. It's a tiny niche of a much larger sphere that is gaming. And the vast majority of people who are in gaming haven't really even heard of Squadron or Star Citizen. Like, haven't heard Star Citizen, let alone Squadron. And even the people who know Star Citizen don't know Squadron is. One of my favorite comments, and I'll pull this up real quickly, is this. So, let's see if we can find the... That's 2 minutes. Is it prologue? God damn it. Unusable search functions. Squadron 42 2024. Here we go. So, this is IGN's coverage of Squadron 42 of the thing we saw at CitizenCon. This is from 2024. It has 1.5 million views. Let's see if I can find it. It was up there for a while. This was up there at the very beginning for a very long time. Here we go. Is it here? No, it's here. Yeah, Alex Scooter. We'll do that one.
Man, it's fallen down since then. It used to be like the number 2 or number 3 comment. So, first of all, a lot of folks here look like they're
ambitious.
I heard you almost say 2,954.
I almost did. May have to go back up. Man, it really did fall off. Maybe I missed it. I'll pull all the way back up. Here we go. This one. This is the first time. It's like one of the top. First time I've seen an IGN comic section about Star Citizen, and it's not toxic as hell. So you can find it. Did the guy delete it? The guy may have deleted it. Oh, here it is. This is the one. Because it ain't Star Citizen. Lol. This used to be the one that was the very top of this. And it's just a series of people being like, bro, no, this is Star Citizen. It's the same universe. It's done by the same developers. And there's lots of reflection here for IGN, okay? It's definitely circumstantial, but I have more circumstantial evidence to point to say that I think the idea that Squadron 42 is this niche game that won't appeal to people is A, wrong. The idea and B, doesn't match up with the sort of hype that CIG can do if they fucking market it. And also the idea that anyone who has bought Squadron 42 or who will have purchased Squadron 42 has already purchased it, so they won't sell any new copies, is also insane because CIG has done a shit job at marketing Squadron 42. Outside of these random reveals and, you know, other things that they do, these trailers they've done in the past, almost nobody sees Squadron. So, CIG is likely going to start they'll announce the release date itself. My guess is in May. Or around June. They have a big event that they're going out to a bunch of different locations in June. So like a International Bar Citizen. So they might do a release at those Bar Citizens and like tell people and then do a big release trailer around June. But June would be my guess is when they're going to announce it, between May and June. And then a release in October. Is it a good idea? Maybe. I think it's a little short in terms of how long the run-up they have, because you've got 3 months, 4 months. But Chris basically said as much, that they're going to do a very short marketing run in his oh, hey, Principal Senpai. How you doing? No, yeah, you know it, baby. No, they should market is what I'm saying. Not they shouldn't. They should market it. Oh, no. What Chris said at the end of the year was basically, we're going to do a short marketing. We're going to do a short marketing push. We're not going to do a big, fancy one. We'll do a short, focused one. How will the Chairman Club work? Is it actually going to give us free landing things so we don't have to pay landing fees? We have no idea. They haven't said it at all. I was saying earlier in another chat, there's basically no indication that we're going to get anything out of the Chairman's Club. There is the Mile High Club, or the Million Mile High Club, which may be connected to the Chairman's Club, but it's sort of just like an extra lounge at spaceports, which sort of exists in Loreville, but that's about it. This short focus campaign better hit like a railgun. That's the problem, is that the other thing that Chris said specifically was that I guess I'm going to have to pull it up. I pulled this up enough times and got into arguments with people over this. And when I've said, like, hey, I have marketing experience, I have done marketing in the past, everything that I know about the fundamentals of marketing tells me this is a bad fucking idea. And I'm concerned, and I'm still concerned. But that doesn't matter right now. What matters is this is just the reality of what we have. Let me see. Okay, here we go. For Squadron 42, our priority remains quality and polish as we move towards beta and release. For those you want to know, beta, in terms of CIG's definition of beta, is being able to play the game from beginning to end without any breaks. And as far as I know, they are at beta. Hold on. We're confident in the direction the game is headed and are fully focused on delivering. We know that many of you are eager to play, and we're looking forward to putting it in your hands. This is the part right here where I get a little funky. We don't plan on a long, drawn-out marketing campaign, and this next part is the one that kicks me in the ass, as we've already done our share of trailers and gameplay previews. That part scares the fuck out of me, because the way that reads is that we've already done a bunch of marketing materials, so we don't have to add new marketing materials. We're just going to do a short marketing campaign. And we're going to rely on those marketing materials, some of which are 9 years old. The most recent ones, we've had like 3 trailers and 1 level walkthrough. One kind of like prologue gameplay. And the last big thing we got from Squadron in terms of like marketing material was from 2024, 2 years ago. That's fucking stupid. Now, I get it. Money is a factor. But they can do a lot of work with what they already have and do things like YouTube trailers. They could do things like smaller, more community engaged, focused events to try to get the word out, where players or fans can help sort of promote the event itself. Now, one of the things they did say they're going to do this year is they're going to start hitting up the con circuit again. And it's been a while since they did so. And I've always said for a long time that if they start hitting up the con circuit, that means they're getting ready to release Squadron. So the big convention that they're going to, which is Gamescom, which is in August. So if they're releasing in October and they make an announcement date in May or June, then August is a perfect sort of middle ground for showing off new gameplay, new trailers, that kind of thing, at a major event like Gamescom. I don't think they have the money for your 90-year-old dad to know about Squadron 42. What CIG should be doing is very focused marketing to anyone in the demographic that they think should buy Squadron 42 that has not purchased Squadron 42. And that is any demographic of PC gamers. But there is no indication they have done anything like that. Not Super Bowl ads. Super Bowl ads are a giant waste of fucking money. They're a massive waste of money. You need to have very targeted ads towards people who would enjoy PC gaming. Yeah, video gamers don't watch the Super Bowl. Honestly, the public appearance should be at Game Summerfest. When is Game Summerfest, Deadly? But I don't think they'll do an announcement at Game Summerfest. People have been talking about CIG doing a trailer at VGAs every year. It's too late now. If Squadron's releasing in October, it's not. The VGAs are in December. We're far too late in the year for that. Around mid to late June. I wouldn't be surprised if they made an appearance at Games Fest. I think Chris has done presentations at that in the past, which was that's the PC Gamer Show, right? That's the one that used to be part of E3. But I think they'll do an announcement trailer with the community. Makes sense. You got to get your community hyped. Get your community hyped. But if you also do a trailer specifically for Summer Games Fest or Gamescom, then you add a little bit more hype because you're adding it to a much more audience that will actually pay attention because it's a PC universe, PC games. And Chris and Jeff know each other pretty well. So I could see Chris doing that by pulling some strings to get Jeff in. Apparently it's not that difficult to get Jeff's hype meters running, because apparently he took one look at oh gosh, what was that? High Guard, and was like, this is the game of the year 2026. You have to monitor Jeff's heart, because if he saw Squadron 42, his brain might explode. I haven't read the monthly report yet, but I will. That's the end of this stream. I'll be doing it here in a few minutes. Do you think any of the A-list actors they use are giving CIG any grief over the long development time? I'd imagine they might be, but a lot of them are just doing it as a job. Gillian Anderson is a bit role. Like, she's there for one level. Even the other major actors are probably only there for a handful of levels. We're not looking at, like, them being present through the entire game, except for Mark Hamill, who is apparently close friends with the Robertses still. So, yeah, and they got paid. I know people have approached the actors in public and asked them about what their time was like on Squadron, and they were like, I don't remember that. Because it was like, you know, over a decade ago. They've got a lot of other things they did. It's June 5th to June 8th is Summer Games Fest. That would track with a release with a major date release in May. Because I think if they did late May announcement, or maybe at the end of Invictus, because the end of Invictus I think is gonna be in early June. I would imagine that probably around the 3rd of June. Typically, it'll probably start on like the 21st or 22nd of May, and then it'll probably end on the 3rd or 4th of June. So I can see them going to the 5th, and then having the 5th be the announcement date. And it's also live on Summer Games Fest. I do know the ILW dates already. What are the ILW dates? In the last couple of months, both Freddie Prinze, you mentioned that earlier. Freddie Prinze Jr. and Matthew Lillard have brought up Wing Commander positively in interviews. I'd love to see them. I wonder if Lillard and Freddie Prinze Jr. were talked to like someone brought up, people have been bringing up Squadron to them and Chris Roberts. Because for a while there, Freddie Prinze Jr. blamed Chris Roberts for ruining his career. Because he thought that Wing Commander crashed his career. It's like, it didn't, Freddie. But, you know. May 14th to May 27th. Okay, so it's a little bit earlier than I thought. I can still see them doing they could do a teaser for a release. Because what I was thinking they'd do is they do a teaser. Again, this is me personally. I would have done a bunch of teasers leading up to the actual announcement date. So like a teaser for the teaser, like an announcement for the announcement, to try to get people excited about things. I could still see them doing that over the course of Invictus to try to get people hyped, and then have say, hey, we're at Summer Games Fest, we're going to announce something big, and it's of course Squadron's release date. I could see that. May 15th to May 27th. Yeah. What are they going to do for the second and third games if the actors are all getting older? I can tell you the answer, but the answer is going to be a spoiler. It's not necessarily a spoiler because I don't know the answer, but I do have an idea of how they're going to do it. He was saying he would love to do another Wing Commander, but it made no money. I mean, I'd love to see both of them make cameos in Squadron 42 Part 2, you know? Last year was 6 days, this year is 7. Yeah. They also didn't have Drake Defense Con last year, so it could be this year. It's the everyone dies ending, my favorite. You got to put it into a couple of perspectives. We do know that Squadron 42 is the career of your pilot through the Navy. So you're lieutenant in Squadron 42 Part 1, but in Part 2, I wouldn't be surprised if you're commander or lieutenant commander. That's the rank progression of the Navy, right? Lieutenant commander, then captain. I might be wrong on that one. So, and it kind of tracks with how Wing Commander works too. And you got to remember that in Squadron 42, most of it takes place on the Stanton, with a bunch of those cast members, including Mark Hamill, being assigned to the Stanton. So if the Stanton is to stick around and you get promoted, you're likely not going to stay on the Stanton. You're probably going to move to another ship. So any of the characters that are attached to the Stanton will probably stay with the Stanton. So you'll move on with a new cast of characters that you'll be dealing with there. There might be some reoccurring people, but they're likely not going to be the A-list or now A-list actors that we've been used to before. Liam is the captain of the Stanton. He's been the captain of the Stanton for a very long time. I forgot the name. Noah White is his name. He's likely not to leave. And Old Man Colton is likely not going to leave the Stanton either. They're going to retire on that ship, you know. Lieutenant Junior Grade, Lieutenant. I believe you are a full lieutenant in Squadron. So it would be Lieutenant Commander. And again, as someone said earlier, you know, you're just some guy, but you're going on foot, leaving one of the only gladiuses in the system alone while you take on 50 pirates to rescue an advocacy agent. Like, yeah, that shit's going to get you promoted. Not because we're retired military. If we play Squadron 42, would we get access to Jericho and special landing rights there? I don't think Jericho's in the game. No, you're just saying that we talk about Jericho Station. No, but you might get some special access to places in, like, Castra. Because we're retired military. Yeah, we might get some stuff. They said you're going to get some benefits in Star Citizen from Squadron, but they just haven't said what yet. Yeah, and they may have recorded a bunch of a bunch of these things over parts. But you got to remember that the reason why Mark Hamill's in the game is because Mark Hamill played the main character in Wing Commander. And writing-wise, this is a passing of the torch. You're literally being the wingman of the main character of Wing Commander, and this is sort of the new generation. If this was a Wing Commander game, Blair would be your wingman, and you would be a new generation of pilots sort of thing. And when you pass the torch to the new generation, the old generation is not going to be the main focus anymore. The hard ones would be the ones that would logically still stick around, because you'd have people like Doc and Cal, who would still, in theory, be flying for Squadron 42. And that means getting Henry Cavill and what am I blanking on his name? It's like John Dallas or something like that. Jack Houston. Back to play their roles. Now, Jack Houston's probably easier to get because he's more of a working actor. But Henry Cavill's a bitch of a hack to try to get there. Some of those actors also costed less a decade ago. Yeah, but, I mean, Mark Hamill is sort of, he's in his stage where he's just doing stuff for fun. Listen, I knew it was a Texas city name with a J first name, and I'm like, he's either Jack or John, and it's gonna be either Dallas or Houston. Dallas doesn't sound right. Oh wait, it's Houston. Yeah, just like Hamill did the game because he's sort of as a favor to Chris, who was giving him a job when nobody else was giving him a job. If Cavill liked the games, he would love to come back. Cavill's ship didn't crash in the prologue, as far as I understand. I don't remember it crashing in the prologue. Yeah, he was part of the Squadron 42 Fighter Squadron. He wasn't. I don't think any of the. There was a bomber that got shot up, but I don't think Cavill's ship got shot down. That one that goes to the side van duel. No, that's a F7C or F7A. Cavill's flying an F8A. He's flying a light. Let's take a look. Let's take a look, shall we? I have it already up, and then we'll do that.
Say hi. All copy. Tools at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Copy, Doc. You can cover. I can make a run at that shield jetting.
Copy. Hey, Rover. Take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Natal, Mug, you're in main. If you run a double switchback.
Copy that. Charlie's maintain vector. I'll clear your shot. Got it. All echoes, stay on the ball.
Light them up.
Look out.
Cal Mason.
Cal, I don't think your ship's got the firepower to take that emitter out. You might be right.
That's my husband.
Shield soften up.
That pop in though. Skip through this. That two right there. Yep, that was that's Doc and so yeah, I don't. Where do you see the explosion? He doesn't crash anywhere. Oh, he does. You're right. I didn't even notice that. That could be Doc. It's heavily, at least it'll heavily imply that it's Doc. It could be, it couldn't be. That could be Doc. That's definitely Squadron 42. Or he ejects, yeah. Because he didn't get hit at all. He just crashed or something. That's almost certainly Cal Mason, but we don't see him either. Cal's shit. But also, Cal wasn't the wingman of Doc. We can see it here.
Let's say hi. All copy. Shots at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Go.
Echo flight. Echo flight.
Yeah, there's more than one. There are at least 4 or 5 F8s in that. By the way, there is at least one Saber. This is a Saber. This is F8, 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 F7, F8.
Let's say hi. All copy. Shots at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Skip something?
Ready up, people.
Echo flight. Prep for boost.
At this point, the Saber was experimental technology. The Saber had just been released.
Let's say hi. All copy. Shots at the ready. Stand by for lock.
Ready up, people. Enemy vectors inbound.
Yeah, this is where it is.
You can cover. I can make a run at that shield. Jenny.
Copy. Hey.
So I think he's saying him and Cartwright are going to make a run for the shield generator.
Rover, take Charlie and Delta and screen up those fighters. Madel, Mug, you're in main. I think we run a double switchback.
Copy that.
Charlie's maintain vector. I'll clear your shot.
Got it. All echoes, stay on the ball.
Light him up.
Look out.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's not with Cal. He's got his own wingmen. Cal's got Cartwright, who that's probably who takes the nose dip down. That was a cool detail, though. Well, yeah, because I mean, you got to remember the 42s get whatever the fuck fancy tools they want. So like that's why he's got an experimental F7A. That's the reason why a Saber, which hasn't been adopted by the UEE at this point in history, is now suddenly showing up in there because it was undergoing trials. So if a member of Squadron 42 is just like, I want that, the UEE doesn't go no. They go, all right, cool, we're gonna get it for you. Yeah, we'd have been flanked by Eddie and Roker, which sound like they're likely other fighters. Cal is basically saying, I'll escort the bombers in and take care of the Jenny. He said he's going to do a double switchback, so I'm guessing they were going to try to like go around and do some other things. We don't know what the fuck that is, but wonder if it's a standard Saber or Raven. Based off the silhouette, it's a standard Saber. F7X, yes. Drop the enemy fighters. Yeah, because they were getting attacked by Victor, so he was pulling them away. Yeah, makes sense. You gotta remember that the Saber was specifically designed to take on the, what's the heavy fighter we have now? The Vandal heavy fighter? I forget the name of it. That fighter specifically, the Mauler, is that what it's called? That's the sealer. That's another thing. The Stinger. The Stinger. So the in lore, this is CIG's own writing, the Saber was designed to go head to head with the Stinger. So according to CIG's own logic, the Stinger is a hard, or the Saber is a hard counter to the Stinger. Why is it not showing you that I'm live, lady? I am live on YouTube right now, but I'm under the Astropub Live. Well, the other thing is that the other thing is that we know that there's going to be openings for Squadron 42 because this is a giant spoiler, and I'm sorry I have to spoil for all of you. But the story of Squadron 42 is your character joining Squadron 42. So how would you join Squadron 42 if it was a full squadron? And we know that Cal Mason shows up multiple times in the main story. So if his wingman, Cartwright, is dead, then you might be the person to back up Cal. And I think Cartwright's in the stories too. It sucks if she's dead. She's pretty cool in the stories. In Cassandra's Tears, she's his wingman. And holy fuck, does he drive that woman through hell. It's not like the squadron has to have a fixed number of people. No, but generally speaking, there is a fixed number that can join the 42s. Like, you don't really see people join the 42s unless there's an opening for the 42s. There's sort of a very big one. You can get promoted out, like, to farm upstate. Like your childhood pets, right? Yeah, they could get promoted out, too, or retire. Yeah, and you gotta remember, the Battle of Vega is a fucking meat grinder. Like, it is think there's a reason why CIG decides to go with a funeral scene directly after the prologue to show you, because like there's even the scene. Let me see if I can pull it up. I'll be right back. I'll pull it up in a moment.
Weapons free, y'all.
Drugs.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Stand by for Titanfall.
Now the appropriate quote, Zero, is the price of freedom. If we're talking about a Chris Roberts game, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. Ugh. Let me see if I can find that Star Citizen. Here you go. This is an early version of Squadron. This is from 8 years ago.
The top back thruster's sticking.
We checked it, sir. Didn't see anything.
That means either you missed something, or I'm wrong.
We'll check it again, sir.
Sir? Who the hell are you?
Stay frosty. I'm your new wingman, sir. The name's...
Ease up. You want me to learn your name? Do what I say and live long enough for me to care. That's your Gladius. You ready?
Ready as I'll ever be. We'll find out, sir.
Let's go.
Sorry. I saw that one in there. I was like, ah, neat.
Welcome back, everyone. Today is...
No. Man, this has been updated so much too.
To sector 7 Bravo Echo.
Has also seen huge improvements.
Welcome to Cloud Imperium Games Manchester Studio. I'm Chris Roberts, and I'm pleased to announce we have just passed the major milestone. Squadron 42 is now feature complete and has entered its polish phase. To celebrate this milestone, we've gathered some of our core leadership together.
Oh, good. We can't have this corner, or even who.
Would be
incredibly hard, ramping up the detail and.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt in the morning. For the animation teams, and inspecting, and making sure that your next flight.
That was 2 years ago. Let me see if I can find Cinematic. This is it. This is it. So this is a long time ago as well. This was 7 years ago.
I saw you apply to the Flight Academy again.
I'm your new wingman.
The reason why I was bringing this up is because, like, I was talking about how, like, devastating the Battle of Vega was. This is like one of the scenes in the intro credits, I'm pretty sure. This is New Corvo Vega.
There have been battles. There have been losses.
So it gives you an idea of, like, the devastation that Vandal did to Vega. Like, that was a city. In the very beginning, you have the city. So yeah. Again, I look forward to disappointing Mark Hamill. Yes. All right. All right, y'all. You ready for this? We're gonna do the letter. We're gonna do the monthly report. All right. As always, I'm gonna turn off all your fun buttons. You do not get any more fun buttons. There's no more announcements, anything like that. We're gonna go straight through it. I may respond to you, but it's probably not gonna be a ton of response. I'm just gonna be focusing on reading the whole thing. All right, 3, 2, 1, recording. Hey, welcome back to another Office Hours capsule. That's right, capsule. The last one did really well. I did a little short video on the, what was it called? The Aurora Mark II, where I kind of broke down everything, went through the ship page, actually flew the ship around, sort of an experiment, and people really liked that. So check that out up there if you haven't already checked it. For today, we're going to be doing the monthly reports. Now, for those of you who don't know, CIG does monthly reports that kind of go through and breaks down everything that the studio has done in every month. I have been reading their monthly reports word for word, not a summary, word for word, for, gosh, half a decade now. So this is a tradition that I've been doing for a very long time, to read it live on my Office Hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live. You can join us. We do more discussions. We look at things like the latest videos that CIG releases. We do a bunch of discussions on everything from Squadron to Star Citizen to lore to news, everything. So join us live there if you get a chance to. But for now, let's take a look at the PU monthly report for March 2026. So, welcome to March monthly report. As usual, there was a huge amount of work going across CIG's global studios, from the final touches of Alpha 4.7, Welcome to the Rock, to exciting content coming soon and later in the year. Read on for all the details. AI content. Last month, AI saw AI make numerous fixes while continuing to build for the future. With Alpha 4.7 releasing at the end of March, the team fixed a series of bugs, including an elusive issue where station NPCs were offset from their benches. At the same time, support was provided for upcoming mission content, with the team incorporating placeholder script recordings and setting up comms calls. This will allow the directors and designers to have better understanding of the intended experience, while also allowing the writers to hear and adjust the script as needed. AI then continued to look at building behaviors for new initiatives that they're excited to announce soon. Ooh. We're going to hear something soon about building behaviors. Or we make new behaviors for new initiatives. Okay. That's pretty cool. There's a lot of content in here that's talking about, like, especially with narrative and stuff like that they're trying to do more content specifically around, oh gosh, what are they called? Mission givers and stuff like that. And Mission System 2.0 is a big factor in this. AI, features and tech. For Alpha 4.7, AI features and tech solved issues caused by inclusions after breaching and looked into various bugs, in particular civilians getting stuck in the cower position. They also restored the intended de-escalation when combat NPCs exit combat. Various crash fixes were implemented, while updates were made to navigation link generation to connect them closer to individual navigational mesh edges. The team updated the behavior used by NPCs moving through doors with manual controls alongside general improvements to the functionality of NPCs, requesting a path to end location to check whether the location is traversable. So CIG has been updating the NPCs to be voxel-based in terms of their navigation. So they're definitely up. A lot of this is connected to that sort of thing. On the development side, additional work was done for the Apex Valakar. Now the creature will be limited to moving within its arena. Will emerge after X number of seconds and will request a despawn if not damaged sufficiently within a number of seconds. That's interesting. So the Apex Valakar is still going to move within an arena space. The Copion now uses motive patterns that have been upgraded with a pack-like growling and circling behavior when attacking. Juvenile Valakar can also use this motive pattern. For Star Paws, improvements were made to the motive behavior parameter usability. Elsewhere, numerous general PU crashes were fixed. So one of the things that's been going on for a long time is they wanted to update the Apex Valakar, and it sounded like they were going to be putting the Apex Valakar in the wild. So less of a, you got to go do Stormbreaker to get it done, and more of a, we're going to put it in a random place in some planet somewhere, and you're going to have to go there. This sounds like they're still doing it with an arena, so it's still going to be a specific location rather than a random location, but maybe we'll see a specific location, like a specific area where you could find them. Kind of like you could find the Thresher Maws from Mass Effect, I think is what it was, where it was in specific locations, but it was in like an area in that specific location. It's not going to chase us anymore. He was upset. Yeah. Animation. March saw the animation team working on snake and worm type enemies, including creating new behavior animations. They've been working on a lot of new creatures. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the year we have a ton of new creatures. A ton meaning like 3 or 4 new creatures that we can fight or interact with. The facial animation team began processing content from February's performance capture shoot. This includes content for Alpha 4.8's new mission, where players will meet 2 new characters, as well as a news broadcast for Levski. A news broadcast for Levski? That's not a Jared thing. It's going to be a different character. Interesting. Art characters. The character art team progressed with projects for Alpha 4.8 alongside in-game assets. They also continue to work on new gang outfits and support Starware. The concept art team spent the month exploring new heavy combat armors. Interesting. Art ships. In the UK, the ships team progressed with the Gatak Raylan, preparing it for its Greybox Gate review at the end of March. As part of this, the team brought up some areas of the ship to ladder pipeline standards to help get the tone for larger GATAC-style spaces. Okay, so Gatak, the Raylan is still scheduled to release in June, is the plan. So, the Grey Cat UTV wrapped up testing and is awaiting its release into the PU. That's coming out next Wednesday. Well, next week. We're hoping the players will have as much fun with this little vehicle as we did making it. Ship's team. The Misk Hull B, not to be confused with the Hull B, had its combined Laud 0 and final gate review. This was due to some teams coming into aspects late, which would cause earlier gate to technically not be passed. However, all of the team's work has been done for the later stage. So it's down to one team finishing something up. And again, that's supposed to be released next week. The Drake Ironclad Assault, and Command Module are all progressed through their Laud 0 phases, with the team starting a full lighting and detail pass across all three to unify the visuals. Alongside this, the team returned to the Caterpillar to set it up for the Command Module. That's going to be May. It's going to be May. No, I'm not going to say that. That's for Invictus. It'll be Invictus release. Several devs moved back to the RSI Galaxy. That is what I'm going to use for the thumbnail to get that. The Galaxy is back, baby. Either that or, and I'll probably do multiple versions of it, is a later one where we're going to talk about the super heavy armor. After a small hiatus helping other projects out. Like other ships in pre-production, they went over the original layout and made adjustments, both for flow and to make the use of the ever-growing asset library, all while keeping true to the role and intent of the ship. This involved adjusting the front half of the lower deck to be less isolated and prevent it from leading to a dead end. Other areas were also adjusted to current metrics using suitable assets from other RSI ships. 5 unannounced vehicles also progressed through March. The first successfully passed through both its white box and gray box reviews and is on its track for Laud 0 review shortly. That must be a very small ship. Might be a super heavy armor, we'll see. The team has made great progress on this ship as it has grown from an initially simple idea into something more complex. Probably not that then. Second approached its Laud 0 review with the devs moving through the interior, while other teams such as UI started to work on the required updates. The third passed its gray box gate review and has approached Laud 0 review at the start of April. The team made some minor adjustments to the cockpit to give the player a better view alongside more refined inputs on the control stick. As mentioned in the last month's report, the fourth ship had its gray box gate review following review and feedback implementation. Although this delayed the progress slightly, it will result in a much stronger end result. The UK team's final unannounced ship progressed towards its white box review. This is turning out to be quite the complex in terms of animations and states, but the end result will be worth it. This is obviously the Ironclad. You can see the sheer size of it. Then, in North America, the team continued with the Drake Kraken. The capital ship successfully passed its white box gate review, which was a major milestone that will be the largest player flyable ship on release. The team then concentrated their efforts on the main hero rooms, such as the engineering, core traversal routes to the ship, and implementing the new bespoke manned turrets and weapons. Again, I say bespoke a lot because CIG uses bespoke a lot. So whenever I hear people complain, it's like, why do you say bespoke? Do you know what that word means? It's like, I know what that word means. Ask CIG, not me. Alongside the final support for the release of the RSI Aurora Mark II, an unannounced vehicle continued through the gray box phase. Minor adjustments were made to flow to aid traversal in the rear half of the ship, and additional windows were added throughout. All right. Audio. This is one of the first updates the audio team we've seen in a while. Last month, the audio team successfully delivered their work for Alpha 4.7. This involved producing an engaging sound experience to support the visually stunning new dungeon experience. We're proud of our rock-cracking sound design and the more immersive ambient experiences we're now adding to each release. Of course, it must be said that the music design team are expanding the universe with the sweet notes from our composer, Pedro, who provides that extra layer of magic to the universe. Indeed, we're expanding the value of the musical input will be bringing more composed music with the game than previous years. Audio team. Yes. The team also provided the new Claw Salamander enemies with a unique language, adding more threat and value to NPC conflict. Conflict. They have a unique language? I think they still speak English. Maybe I'm wrong. Following this, they began designing further language packs for future builds. Oh, okay. They are speaking a unique language. I'll have to see what the language they're speaking. It's got to be like an actual, like, real world language, right? Some of the vehicle audio devs visited Jared on Star Citizen Live to discuss the increasingly elevated vehicle experience that's been happening over the last year. As more new vehicles approach, the team are continuing to lift the soundscape and care they put into the flight experience. Community. The community team kicked off March by publishing the February PU monthly report and laying the groundwork for the eventful month ahead. They also announced the winners of the Coramore Love Story and Red Festival Earn Fortune contests. The team supported Stella Fortuna with a helpful catch-all thread and a video contest dedicated to those daring racers willing to tempt fate and chase fortune. The community team also supported the release of Alpha 47, Welcome to the Rock. They began by publishing a patch watch highlighting what players could look forward to and continued with the thread detailing the major features. They also published an Operation Breaker Stations FAQ to familiarize players with the new activity and a crafting guide on the first implementation of this game-changing new mechanic. With this release premiering the RSI Aurora Mark II, community created informative Q&A for this reimagining classic ship. The team also provided updates to the new player guide and welcome back pilot pages, keeping both new and returning players informed of everything Alpha 47 introduced into the verse. The community team continued to plan and attend Bar Citizen events around the world, including publishing a comm link for the Level Up Expo in Las Vegas. We're looking forward to connecting with so many of you face-to-face in Vegas. Find us on the Level Up Expo show floor or meet us later at the Bar Citizen after party. We hope to see you there. Community team. Between Alpha 47 release and a full slate of community and official events, the team stayed closely connected with players and attendees, with community sentiment shared directly with developers. Finally, the team continued their usual evergreen tasks, such as This Week in Star Citizen and bi-weekly updates to the roadmap and roundups. Monthly reports like this one and more. Core gameplay. The core gameplay team spent part of March progressing hacking with the devs, polishing items, improving the tutorial, and ensuring the UI is always correctly aligned to the player. Hacking. They brought it up a couple times in the last couple of monthly reports. Not the most recent one, but I think in the December, November, and the one before that, they talked about hacking. It was sort of like this came out of nowhere. But with the release of the latest Squadron update, we know that one of the standard gear items you get in Squadron is sort of a hacking pad. So obviously they're taking the Squadron hacking and putting it into Star Citizen. The various improvements were made to weapon handling, such as switching back to previously held weapon after using a med pen. And now, when equipping a new knife from the ground, the player character will store their currently held weapon or entity unless it can't be stored. Significant work was done towards crafting, which debuted in Alpha 4.7. March's tasks include implementing minimum quality requirements for blueprint aspects and the ability to dismantle items that weren't previously crafted. Various additions were implemented too, including the ability to define which blueprints were entitled to the player by default, a HUD notification when a player receives a blueprint, material and quality information to the tractor beam display, and the ability to stack resource containers with the same quality. Players can now also view owned and unowned blueprints in the crafting UI. Paging support was given for the crafting machine instead of infinite scrolling for better performance, and new resource thumbnails were added to the crafting machine, freight elevator, and inventory. Resource and quality tracking for freight elevators and inventories was standardized too. For engineering, the devs added collapsing headers to the diagnostics MFD, specific warnings to the notifications panel, and color ranges for damaged components on the engineering screen. Updates were made to the refueling mechanic. These involved various changes to the docking flow, such as allowing any ship to initiate the docking procedure. This means that the refueling ship, such as a Starfarer, can initiate docking and back up to dock with the ship that needs refueling. Auto-docking now triggers when the two ships are close enough. The ships also automatically undock whenever the refueling process is complete to smooth the overall flow. So refueling is one of those things that's getting its own, in 4.8, it's getting its own NPC gameplay. So that's a pretty good one. So yeah, them updating some of those aspects are good. Progress continued on Drake's command module, with the team integrating the resource network into the module's handoff procedure, making sure that the host and parasite ship properly connect at the same network. Functionally, functionality was also implemented to ensure that the shield faces correctly update when the command module is docked and undocked. That's a big deal because that means that we can also start to see more external changes, swap overs for ships. So that might mean we start to see escape pods be a thing with the same technology. We've been waiting to hear more about escape pods and how they'll work for a while, so that would make sense. The transport system is now largely feature complete and is going through iteration with design teams for workflow improvements and additional changes to robustness and scalability. That is going to be through a tech preview soon, if I remember correctly. Marsh's tasks involved improving various debug tooling for easier bug identification by the developers and QA team. The setup for Area 18 was completed, which will be used for the initial tech preview tests alongside other locations. The team also addressed major issues that caused doors to open into the void and laid the foundation for self-repair functionality. For example, if carriages get into a bad state, the transit system can fully reset the network as needed. Towards the mission system, this is another big one. The team fixed various issues causing rewards to not be correctly attributed or progress for event trackers to be incorrectly calculated. Progress began on implementing Mission V2 functionality into Starchitect, including the ability to dynamically create mission locations without designer intervention, greatly improving the speed of development. This is important because missions need to be able to effectively be generated on the fly for the Mission System version 2 to exist. Because Mission System version 2 is sort of a, let's take a mission architect, a type, we'll find a location that works with that type, plop it down there, and then connect it to some organization for reputation purposes. This is because the mission version 2 is directly connected to not just Starchitect, but also to StarSim, the background economic sim, which is supposed to generate these missions dynamically. So we'll see. It sounds like there's a lot of work being done with mission systems, so excuse me. The inventory rework continued too, with the team finalizing and remaining. The tech review is currently up. Oh, I didn't know that. As of this recording, it is currently up. The inventory rework continued too, with the team finalizing the remaining elements and fixing as many bugs as possible, both from what was found internally and feedback from the PTU. Ship hangar servicing had its first playable gate, which was met favorably. The team is now working on preparing for its preparing it for content teams. That is the larger ships, like the capital ships, being able to service ships as they land. So refuel, repair, rearm for fighters in things like the Idris. Finally, for core gameplay, the team is preparing to move on to social features. Preparing to move, so you're not working on, you didn't work on it in March, but you're starting it in April, so maybe we'll hear more about it next time. Creature content. March saw the formation of the new team, Creature Content, to focus on ongoing development of Star Paws features. Alongside focusing on improvements to the technical pipeline, the team progressed with a number of new creatures. Alpha 4.7 introduced some early results to these technical pipeline upgrades, with variants of the Valakar that have grown accustomed to their icy environment. In March, additional design work went towards upcoming creatures, while looking ahead to plan in additional improvements for existing creatures, including mesh and behavior updates and additional variants. Economy. March saw the economy team moving onto features for Alpha 4.8, which will bring new item crafting, commodity trading, and item recovery systems to the verse. I'm sorry, I'm going to reread that. I'm sorry, what? March saw the economy team moving onto features for Alpha 4.8, which will bring new item crafting, so we're going to get more items to craft, commodity trading, and item recovery systems to the verse. It's important to note that the current Alpha 4.7 crafting implementation is transitional. For example, we're being generous with the high-ends Ceruleum ore to pull players into mining and fabrication pipeline. Our goal is to move away from credits-only mindset and towards alternate progression systems such as crafting, reputation, and more. Are we getting commodity trading between players in 4.8? Also, the item recovery system. Are we getting item recovery version 1 in 4.8? That sounds like it. We'll know more next week because the roadmap roundup next week will definitely let us know if that happens or not. Yeah, this sounds like player-to-player trading. That's what it seems like, at least for commodities. And if it's item recovery 1 version 1 coming in, there's going to be a lot of angry people. Because there's a lot of stuff that's going to go away, like the backspace functionality is going to be completely removed if they're still doing that sort of system. And you're going to have to start, like, every time you land, you're going to have to, like, basically imprint what you're wearing in order to get that stuff back at that location. Someone's saying wipe? I don't know. Possibly. Player-to-player trading has to come if crafting is to be a career. Yes, but you also got to remember that like social features still isn't in the game yet. And I assume that social features will be part of player-to-player trading. It's very along the same lines, so who knows? Operation Breaker Stations serve as a key example of this transition. While it currently offers a high UEC profit margin to encourage players to engage with the new crafting materials, its true purpose is to function as a resource hub. By paying a buy-in, players trade currency for the convenience of a guaranteed high-value material gathering. This allows them to quickly secure the requirements for high-end personal armor and FPS weapon production. As the economy stabilizes, shop prices for crafted goods will begin to reflect the quality of the materials used. Consequently, the team will keep a close eye on all the mission buy-ins and resource yields to move away from a profitable NPC sell loop and towards a gear and player-centric economic model. In the final state, these locations will be the go-to spots for high-end crafters to convert credits into exact materials they need, prioritizing material acquisition and quality over raw UEC profit. The problem right now is that they don't seem to have high quality goods. Like, there should be a guarantee of like 600 plus quality at every location if you're paying money for it. And so that way what you're paying for is the quality, not necessarily the like actual value. You're just getting really good stuff for your gear so you can make good gear. Not necessarily you can make UEC off of it. It's just sort of a UEC funnel, if you will. A credit sink, if you will. Money sink. So I wouldn't freak out for those of you who are like, wait, that sounds like we're moving away from the NPC economy. The NPC economy will still exist. It's just, if you want to do the higher end crafting, you're going to have to take that money and throw it down a drain so you can get the better materials, and you probably have to trade for some of those with other players and such. Game Intelligence Division. In March 2026, the Game Intelligence Division team primarily focused on the ongoing design and planning work for Mission System version 2. They spent the first half of the month collaborating with mission designers to refine how the new system would work in practice and how to best expose the scripting tools to the designers. They also iterated on a UI prototype for the mission interface and made several refinements. That sounds, I guess, would be the next couple of months. We're going to see that UI update, because the UI update's going to probably, the mission system's going to change a lot from what we have it now. Game Intelligence Division also began to work on a new tool to facilitate the development of a new mission system. Throughout the month, they continued deeper investigation and design work around its implementation, refining the architecture based on stakeholder feedback. This work will serve as a foundation whenever the team returns to the system. Level design, UK and DE. While March saw the level design teams progressing on a variety of locations, the primary focus was on Nyx's social stations and QV breaker stations, which went live with Alpha 4.7. Elsewhere, the team worked towards the multiple future deliveries, including tactical strike groups and the Siege of Orison rework. They also began to prepare for a new major location. This is going to sound crazy, chat and viewer. But I think that new major location is probably Sherman, the main landing zone of Castro. That would fit with what I think is probably likely going to happen, which is Castro will come out at the end of the year, towards the end of the year. Might come out earlier, we'll see. But it's been in development for a while. Wouldn't be surprised if right now in March they're starting to key it up so it's good and ready to go. I'm not trying to get people's hopes up. I'm just saying, based off of my reading of Chris's letter to the chairman, he's almost certainly going to push multiple locations rather than just what we have now. Yes, they'll give us a whole system before fleshing out Nyx. They're going to still flesh out Nyx, but Nyx is going to have a lot more fleshing out than Castra is when it releases, because it's almost likely just going to be like Nyx was when it released. It's just going to be it'll have the 2 planets. That'll be it. Nyx is still going to get a lot more content. It already is. We just have to wait until Nyx 1, 2, and 3 come out. Likely, we're going to see Nyx 1, 2, and 3 come out, and then around then or shortly after then, we will have Castra, because that's the only thing that's blocking Castra is just the Genesis system. Finally, devs worked on fix some legacy bugs in Stanton and Pyro while also supporting new technical initiatives, including helping set up the level requirements for the transport refactor and working towards future content for Starkitect. Mission design. Mission design completed the second Nyx mission pack, which expands the amount of content for players, including moving some factions to utilize a reputation scope. So we're going to see some new factions in Nyx, maybe some factions that are in other places, like CFP maybe. The team also brought back the courier system, which currently exists in Stanton and Pyro, along with adding delivery contracts to bridge the gap between hauling and courier missions. This included modifying rooftop deliveries in New Babbage and ArcCorp to allow players to drop off 1 SCU boxes. Mission support was also added to the new QV breaker stations. Tactical strike groups continued to be polished alongside refueling and defend location missions. We know TSGs are going to happen in 4.9 or 4.8. 4.8 is almost certainly TSGs. I don't remember if they mentioned it in the roadmap roundup that they're going to be doing that, but they've said it before that it was going to be a release for Invictus, which is 4.8. With the recent changes to ship armor, the team kicked off a major rebalancing of ship-based mission combat, alongside a design idea to give players information up front on what ships they might encounter, so they can choose an appropriate loadout. Finally, the team are approaching their first playable state of the new Battalia missions, which includes modular mission parts that can be used as standalone missions for other factions. Okay. Kind of like what we see with Onyx and the Vandul missions, Shattered Blade missions, but also with the, what we'll likely see with the Rockbreaker missions as well. In March, the narrative team continued tasks for a whole host of upcoming gameplay operations and missions. Alongside refining the narrative of tactical strike groups, definitely coming out soon, they crafted storylines for several new engaging missions that will be released alongside upcoming patches, one of which will see the return of an old foe. What? Old foe. Xenothreat? Ninetales? Which old foe are they talking about? Like, you can still fight Xenothreat and Pyro. Elevators. Frontier Fighters. They're going to bring back the Frontier Fighters. Team also prepared their next capture session in April, which will see the story mission script mentioned in last month's report being recorded. This script went through revisions and refinement thanks to placeholder testing to help identify potential issues before the final session. The narrative team also began planning the eventual overhaul of the current item descriptions to accommodate new changes that are coming with future revisions of inventory and fabrication systems. Finally, narrative continued to work with Starchitect team to develop how mission system will evolve once the tool comes online and add more locations to the planet's surfaces. So it sounds like really what we're getting so far is TSGs, tactical strike groups. We're getting the mission system version 2, new stuff for crafting, and a bunch of social stuff. Online technology. In March 2026, the network team focused heavily on advancing the foundation for server meshing. A central part of this work involved the quasi-dynamic server meshing, or QDSM, which intelligently distributes the areas of the game world across dedicated servers based on their current load. The team completed a second round of testing for the initial version, resolving a bug where multiple game zones were incorrectly assigned to the same server. They also made the system more efficient by removing a global performance bottleneck that was causing thread contention. On stability side, several crashes and thread safety issues in server management system were resolved, including a crash that could occur when a game server disconnected at the wrong moment. The team also made solid progress on the next generation of Territory Manager, which is responsible for dividing the game universe into distinct regions to be handled by separate servers. Multiple improvements were submitted for review throughout the month. Finally, the team continued ongoing bug fixes and maintenance work and progressed with technical design document for a new versioning and patching system. What? We're getting a new versioning and patching system? This will play an important role in how the future game updates are delivered to players. So we might be getting rid of the... Oh, I'm guessing this is a 1.0 thing. This is them talking about, like, post 1.0, how are we going to name or how are they going to name the patches? So maybe I'm wrong. Let me know down below. For the Live Tools team, the Bootstrap user interview phase is wrapping up, with the devs acting on findings to improve its reliability and day-to-day usability. Infrastructure cleanup and configuration improvements also began. Panic Switch, the error reporting tool, received several bug fixes and improved documentation for advanced users. Work is ongoing to improve crash handling robustness, including better resilience when errors occur and smarter automatic handling of known recurring crash patterns. Hex, the game dashboard, continued... Oh my god, I just realized something. I had a brain flash because someone said Amelia Boyd, and I was like, oh no. Oh, I know who's coming back. An old foe? Dr. Yorit. Dr. Yorit's returning. Please, Christ Roberts, have Dr. Yorit return. Sorry, my brain flashed there for a moment. Hex, the game dashboard, continued as its 4.0 modernization, with multiple new pages and features ready to ship or in active development. The blueprint viewer was delivered, while work on the new account detail page and tool integration is progressing well. The online services team spent time in March supporting and improving the mission system, which powers in-game content like hauling and industrial missions alongside instance content. A key bug was identified and fixed where objectives were completed, but the mission itself wasn't always registering as finished. Alongside the bug fix, the team made significant progress on a longer-term solution, moving mission completion logic, the and/or rules that determine when a multi-step mission is truly done, into the back-end service. making it more reliable and future-proof. The mission system was also expanded to support entity-owned missions, meaning non-player objects can act as mission owners, which opens the door for new types of instanced content. Online services continued to advance the item imprint feature, which is the underlying system that will allow players to truly, quote, own, unquote, the items in their ships and on their characters. An additional groundwork was also underway to ensure the system queries item ownership in a more robust and efficient way. This sounds like the back-end system that they were trying to build for the new inventory stuff. That also sounds like with the item imprint, it sounds like item recovery 1.0. Version 1, I should say. So yeah. Online services continue to advance the item imprint. Okay, I did that. The team also worked on lazy inventory creation, a behind-the-scenes improvement that makes the game smarter about when and how it creates inventory records. Finally, technical design was done for regional chats. R&D. In March, the ongoing ground fog work continued. I swear to Christ, R&D has been working on ground fog for 3 years straight. A test build was handed over to TechArt for prototyping and to gather feedback. Time was also spent improving tooling. The ability to gather thread names was added to the dump log tool when extracting call stacks for crashes submitted via the PU. The shader compiler server that services the build pipeline was subsequently refactored. A proper thread tool implementation was added, while load balancing was significantly improved when using remote compile slaves. DXC/Clang-based compiler output is now properly parsed for the generation of error reports. A, quote, least recently used, unquote, LRU scheme was added to automatically evict outdated shaders in memory and on disk. Also, support for processing limits was added to terminate compile jobs, exceeding the specific runtime and memory thresholds. All of these should help improve server stability, which often run for months on end, as well as reduce their resource usage. Okay. Tech art and animation. This is what I got a little bit of a preview for. Over the past month, technical animation team progressed with characters, creatures, interactables, cloth simulation, and the pipeline tools that support all of the above. On the character side, head exports for 2 new named PU characters progressed through the DNA/rig logic pipeline. Gate 5 polish passes were done for 2 additional faces, approaching their final quality bar 2. I think this is just sort of like the new DNA heads that you can like sculpt from, so you can make more distinct changes. The devs reduced per character rig logic memory overheads, which directly improve NPC density and performance in populated locations, and resolved a critical DNA compilation blocker that would otherwise have stalled all head-related work in the Star Citizen patch branch. This is the big one. On armor and weapons, the super heavy combat armor animation set is being brought from Squadron 42 across to the Persistent Universe player character, and binocular, ADS, and zoom state transitions were finalized. Now, for those of you who don't get what that means, I'm going to show you something specifically for said super heavy armors. For those of you who've known me for as long as you have, you will know exactly what I'm about to pull up. Titan suit. I said early, one of my earliest predictions was that we're going to see the combat Titan suit in Star Citizen this year. And it sounds like I am sort of right. I thought it might be an Invictus because it's an easy Invictus win, but it sounds like that it's probably going to take a little bit longer if Tech Art is just getting the animations for the players. So, we're getting it, chat. Dear viewer, dear commenter, it's coming. Prepare for Titanfall. For interchangeables, or interactables, the team is implementing the Flaming Torch held animation, tightening the player interaction cone so usable objects feel precise and correctly aligned. So you can actually like hold the torch, I guess. They're also completing food prop tech animation for Nick's location content. Starcloth, CIG's physics-based cloth simulation system, saw substantial improvements, including driver mesh validation, engine API alignment, a new bind offset parameter, and simulation pruning optimizations. The result is more performant and physically believable clothing on PU characters. Ongoing pipeline work includes a male-to-female retargeting fix, a character tool feather bend bug fix, Maya 2026 plugin support, and an in-development dialogue events cleanup tool for NPC ambient conversion data. So, yeah. VFX. For Alpha 4.7, VFX focusing on finishing Nyx's QV breaker station locations, such as the laser room and spacescaping. The hero moments, like the laser and the asteroid interior. Finally, the Grey Cat UTV and Mix Hole B received VFX passes and bug fixing, both of which are coming out next week. So, what did we learn? Well, other than the fact that I probably am right. We're going to see the Titan suits this year. Big things, they're super focused on the tactical strike groups, the TGSs, TSGs. The other thing they're really working on is the mission system. There's a lot of discussions in the mission system. They're also working on Recco Battaglia stuff. They're working on a bunch of narrative-based stuff around missions, including new mission types. And of course, they're working on a bunch of ships, including the Galaxy is coming out. It's getting this worked on. They're finishing up the Ironclad. They're finishing up the UTV, the Grey Cat UTV. They're finishing up the Hull B. They've got like 6 or 7 different unnamed ships that are in some stage of complete. Most of them are past gray box. Let's see, the new creatures, the worm and another type of creature that are out there. So new creatures coming out, and of course new AI stuff that's being focused on. But a lot of it is still focused on that new mission system version 2. So it'll be interesting to see that mission system version 2 and possibly even player trading coming in 4.8. So we'll see. As always, thank you for watching. If you did enjoy this, make sure you comment down below. Let me know your thoughts on anything I've talked about. And if you really, really enjoyed this content, hit the like button, hit the bell icon to be notified when release, and hit the subscribe button so you can be known when these go up live. I do this live, twitch.tv/theastropub, youtube.com/theastropub live on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Pacific. Love to have you join live and join chat here to tell me I am wrong about everything. Thank you for watching, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. There you go. 2 new named PU characters. Sounds like 2 named new mission characters mentioned at the start. That probably is the case, yeah. To be fair, we're going to see them this year anyway, since there's no way they aren't in Squadron 42 in some way, shape, or another. That's true, but my prediction was more for Star Citizen. I could also see it being released to Star Citizen the same day as Squadron. I can't imagine it's going to take them very long to go from where they are now, because if they're inputting the animations for tech art, it's just a matter of just making it work with the back-end stuff to make it function in Star Citizen. Do you think the Starlancer BLD will be better at building than the Galaxy? Yes, because it's designed to be a building ship, whereas the Galaxy is going to be sort of an add-on. Now, we can't say you're wrong about everything, as that would agree with you, making you not wrong about something. The Forge is not a, it's a crafting ship, not a base building ship. It's getting late here. We should probably wrap it up. Hey, you always look so nice to play Star Citizen. Welcome to the pub. I always dress up for to stream. I've been doing it for a decade. Why, you don't like me being, you don't like a nice looking guy? A handsome, well-dressed man is showing you around the universe? You got a problem with that? Do you think we'll be really good for an operating base, though? Not really. Forge? Probably not. If you're talking about a galaxy, maybe. You don't deserve such respect. No, it's nice. Good job. Thank you. And yeah, this is an actual tie, by the way. People are always wondering, like, oh, you do a clip-on? No, it's an actual tied tie. No, I've just got to... Now it's after hours. Getting a little loose here. No, that's why I come here. Yes, I know you come for the attractive man in a suit. All right, y'all. I'm gonna turn your fun buttons and all that kind of stuff back on. Astro's preparing to fly with his husband. He breaks my heart because he runs away so often. But yeah, I'll chase him down one day. The funniest part is I know that I'm going to take this long enough that's at some point I'm going to be forced to run into Jack Houston, and everyone's going to be like, "Oh, he says your character, the character you play is his husband," and I'm like, "Yeah, this is Jack Houston, actor. He plays a character who's in fact my husband." They're not the same person. Jack Houston's a really good actor, by the way. You should check him out. Without the getup, he's just another older guy yapping about Star Citizen on YouTube. Hey, I'm far more attractive than most of those other guys. He also calls you John Dallas. I do call him John Dallas. Now, Cal should be a regular in the Star Citizen or in Squadron 42. We should probably see him in Part 2 and Part 3 as well. This is a complete shot in the dark, but based off of how Chris Roberts writes Wing Commander, I wouldn't be surprised if by Part 3 you're leading Squadron 42. When I worked security, I was required to wear a clip-on because real tie was just a good handle for someone to control your neck with. After Darge, yes. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow with some Loken and Paul plays, Puppin plays. I think we're gonna do Darktide. We haven't done Darktide in a while, and we got some new updates. So I might do Darktide. Though I have also heard rumors that Helldivers is adding new stuff, though. I never thought Jort was gone. Well, he's sort of not in the... Like, you can still, like, play the missions where Jort's in him, but he's not really an active character there anymore. So, and that's the only person I can think of who would be a return of a long foe. Because there's no one else really that's... I mean, Amelia Boyd, but she's just more of annoying.
Mission complete.
Anyway, this Saturday, we're going to do a call-in show. So if you have opinions about 4.7 and crafting, I want to hear them on the captain's table on Saturday. So be there. Be ready to answer. We'll be taking the calls through Discord, through a stage on Discord. But it'll be live on twitch.tv/theasterpub, youtube.com/@the-Captain's-Table-Podcast. Sunday, we might be doing another League expedition. I have to check with the League officers. And then Monday, I'm probably going to do a little bit of gameplay, some Zero to Hero stuff. So, I mean, it's possible that Airreich didn't survive the Battle of Vega, so with an in-unit promotions, there's probably vacancies at the bottom, and there a whole war going on. Upward mobility is entirely likely. Yeah. Yeah, Jump Space had a patch. I have to get back to Jump Space too. I think that's going to be probably next week, not this week though. For me and Logan, drag him in there. I'm going to leave with the last. Before I go, I just saw this. It was apparently published 7 days ago. Those of you who don't know, I'm also a big Ace Combat fan. And we've got a Ace Combat 8 Wings of Thief official Strange Real Evolution Episode 1 trailer. Neat. Did you see the Warhammer 40k musical April Fools? Henkin played it and thought my brain would dribble through the ears. Yay, more flying wings, indeed. Wings of Thieves is going to be interesting. It's coming out this year too, so that's going to be cool. We don't know when. My guess is be at the end of the year. Man, I would fucking hate it for Squadron and Ace Combat to release at the same time. What I would love though is if when because like Project Aces has their own like mascot, which is like almost straight up like a copy. It's not a copy, but they're like very similar to CIG's or to why am I blanking his name? The mascot for Microtech. Only it's not a penguin, it's like a chicken. Why am I blanking on his name? Pico the penguin. Thank you, Jade. So I would love to see a recreation of the Miller, you son of a bitch moment with both the Pico the penguin and I think it's something like Pika or something like that for the chicken. Let me look it up. Nugget is the name. Nugget. To give you an idea what Nugget looks like. This is the Nugget. Why are you going through all of these? Come on, to the actual. That's not there. Nugget. Nugget. There's a free idea there, CIG. Have Pico and Nugget doing the like, you know, moment for the release. Pico, you son of a bitch, or Nugget, you son of a bitch. All right, y'all. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna go to bed. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.